Hello and thank you for joining us. I'm Sarah Allen. Yesterday, the House Environment, Natural Resources, and Agricultural Finance Committee meeting met to hear how nitrogen is in Minnesota waters. Today, the committee plans on looking at how cropland, or actually how forest land, is being converted into cropland. Representative Jean Wagenius is the chair of the committee. I had the opportunity to talk to her last week by phone. Here's a little bit of my interview with her. Representative Wagenius, a DFLer from Minneapolis, says now is a good time to have a discussion about forest land being converted into potato cropland in Cass County.
We're not in session. There are no bills on the table. That makes it an even better time for a public discussion.
She is concerned the conversion will lead to forest fragmentation. The Environmental Protection Agency describes forest fragmentation as breaking up large patches of forest into smaller pieces. The EPA says forest fragmentation may reduce biodiversity and that removing forests near streams may adversely affect water quality. Dave Wall, a hydrologist for the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, says statewide forests contribute to about 7% of nitrogen in surface water during a year with an average amount of rain, while cropland sources contribute to around 72% of nitrogen in surface waters. Nitrogen in surface waters can harm aquatic life. Farmers are taking strides to protect water.
They've been making changes over the years. We've shown that we're growing a lot more corn for every pound of nitrogen that we're putting on our fields now compared to a couple decades ago.
Several testifiers are expected today. Let's now go live to the committee meeting in room 5 of the State Office Building.
The donuts have successfully been handed out, so I will call this meeting to order and thank Representative McNamara for sharing. We have our agenda before us, members, so we will get right into it and start with Rebecca Flood with the Clean Water Legacy Dollars. And I think other folks are coming up with her at the same time. Do I have that right? Okay. Welcome to the committee.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Rebecca Flood. I'm Assistant Commissioner for Water Policy at the Pollution Control Agency. And with me this morning are Barb Naramore, Assistant Commissioner at the Department of Natural Resources, and Sarah Stroman, who's Assistant Director at the Board of Water and Soil Resources. And we are also members of the Clean Water Fund Interagency Coordination Team. We've been asked to provide a brief 5-minute overview of a project that we've been working on regarding the Clean Water Fund. We began the Clean Water Fund Roadmap project this past June. The idea behind this is to develop a tool for Clean Water Fund implementing agencies to lay out our high-level goals in implementing the fund and monitor our pace of progress in achieving those goals. While the ultimate goal is to achieve clean, sustainable water resources, as executive branch agencies, we want to make sure that we are moving forward together, we track our progress on a high level, and make course corrections as we move forward over the course of the 25-year constitutional amendment. We want to be able to communicate conditions of our water resources and the trends that we're seeing and the goals for those water resources, assess our progress, use these broad goals to guide implementation and inform resource allocations. At the request of the Clean Water Funded Executive Branch agency heads, the Clean Water Fund Interagency Coordination Team is developing this product with input from the Clean Water Council and other external partners. We are being assisted in this effort by Environmental Initiative. In addition to these primary elements listed here, we will also include case studies in this roadmap to demonstrate our successes and point out the challenges that we face in implementing clean water funded programs. We have many measures overall collectively for how our different executive branch agencies operate and how we measure our environmental performance. However, we want to create 4 measures for this roadmap that will be able to communicate our progress effectively to the public. We started off really with a principle from results-based accountability, or RBA, that the Governor's Office supports as measures for success and progress. One of the principles of RBA is to not use absolutely every measure that you possibly have, but to select key measures that effectively communicate your progress. So for the purposes of this high-level roadmap, we're selecting 4 particular measures. Lake water quality, as measured by Trophic Status Index, which is a combination of water clarity, concentration of total phosphorus, and amount of algae that's present in the water. For rivers and streams water quality, we're looking at fish indices of biologic integrity. So what is the fish assemblage that are present in our rivers and streams, and are they healthy or are they not, as a measure of stream and river water quality. And then 2 groundwater measures. We're looking at quality by looking at both arsenic and nitrate in our groundwater, and then groundwater quantity and sustainability by looking at our particular aquifer levels. So here's an example of what we've been doing to date. This map communicates current conditions and trends in surface water quality. We'll be getting some input on what we want to set then as aspirational goals for the remaining 20 years of the constitutional amendment funding. Then we can compare the trends to our desired aspirational goals to check our progress, to see if we're on track or off track on a high level. The colored progress indicators, the red, yellow, green dots, are our pace of progress indicators that are intended to help us determine if resource allocations need adjustments. And in terms of where we are in our project, we've spent the summer analyzing trends and conditions and drafting these 4 measures. Here in October, we're going to be getting some input from external partners, and from there we'll continue to revise the measures and set our aspirational goals, meeting again with partners and then finalizing the document. And I think what we want to make sure that we're clear that our intent is to create a living document that is reviewed every 5 years so we can, on a high level, track our progress throughout the 25-year constitutional amendment funding and make adjustments as we move forward. So we thank you for the opportunity to present this brief overview on the project, and would be happy to answer questions should you have any.
Are other folks going to testify or here to answer questions?
Respond to questions should you have any.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we're now in the 5th year of the fund. So I think we provided 4 years for expending dollars. So the first year's appropriation should be used. Have any of your agencies had to turn back money to the fund because it was unavailable to be spent? You couldn't spend it in the Clean Water Fund.
Madam Chair, Representative Hansen, I'm not aware from the Pollution Control Agency side that we've had to turn back any money, but we can certainly go back and check that out and provide that information to the committee. Is that?
Madam Chair, how about Bowser or DNR?
Madam Chairman and committee members, I would want to verify that for the Board of Water and Soil Resources as well, but we're certainly happy to provide information back to you.
Madam Chair, Representative Hansen, that would be the same for DNR. We'll go back and make sure we get you that information.
And I would say, too, Madam Chair, that there are other clean water funded agencies, and we'll go back into our interagency team and ask them to provide that information for the committee.
And Madam Chair, and maybe, I know it's a little bit off topic, but Representative Kahn here, maybe if you're looking up the funds in your agencies, if we could see if there's been unspent money turned back from the Outdoor Heritage Fund or the Parks Fund as well.
Very well. We'd be happy to do that. Thank you. Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple questions on the indicators for progress. Looking at this framework for communicating goals and progress is a slide I'm looking at. And a couple of questions. The lake, you're looking at for lakes at water quality, and you said you're looking at the clarity. Did I hear that right?
Madam Chair, Representative Purcell, yes, we're looking at what's called Trophic Status Index, which is more than just water clarity. It also includes concentration of phosphorus that's in lake water as well as the concentration of algae. So how green are our lakes getting?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And is that a continuation of the Carlson Trophic State Index that was begun in the 70s that Carlson came up with, basically?
Madam Chair, Representative, yes, that's what my understanding is.
And a couple of questions that come up in that regard. Number one is, have you considered ecological-based designated uses so we can look at the ecology of these lakes? It sounded like you're doing that in the streams, and something similar to when the DNR looks at a lake. They say we have a walleye fishery, we want to protect that, and there's a ecology that goes along with it, which would bring along with it or imply a water clarity. As you got bullheads in some lakes, and they're there because they're bullhead waters, right? And you got walleye or whitefish because that's the water that you have. And you can transform them, obviously, mostly going the wrong way, from walleye to bullhead. But another thing that comes up, so the ecological-based designated uses, this is something that I think is long overdue. We would just appreciate some feedback on that if you considered it, and follow-up. You don't have to tell me everything you know about it right now, but some follow-up to that. Another thing that I wanted to talk about is when you're dealing with water clarity, Carlson Trophic State Index, the clarity issue becomes potentially problematic when you bring in zebra mussels. That's something we're all going to be dealing with here. I mean, they make the water just clear as a bell. They may or may not make it any better for walleye or any other fish species. So I'm interested in how that potential conundrum would be dealt with in concert with the DNR, MPCA. How you all are working together. Do you have a regular working group, interested in that dialogue?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, first off, if you look at this map, we are looking at ecoregion-based lake, river, and stream. So those two indicators for surface water are going to be ecoregion-based. So we're trying to look at trends and conditions based on ecoregions, as well as then looking at the different ecoregions and setting our more aspirational goals. In addition to that, I think the point that you raise is very good in terms of different types of stressors that can really change the picture here. And I think one of the purposes in this roadmap is to have a section in there that talks about not just invasive species like zebra mussels that can potentially have some significant impacts on our water resources, but then also look at climate change and other types of things that are going to be stressing our water bodies and our groundwater. So that will be included as we fully develop the roadmap into more of a report.
Quick follow-up, Madam Chair. When you're talking about ecoregions, are you talking about that map, or you have a different?
Madam Chair, Representative, these are actually based on our river basins. They're not exactly ecoregion based, but they're similar to that. And we have our water quality standards are based on what types of regions you are throughout the state.
And Madam Chair, and I would just I don't want to I don't, when I talk about ecological based designated uses, I'm not referring to that they're the same throughout an ecoregion. I'm referring to that we know that this water body will sustain walleye. It has for 100 years. What do we have to do to keep it sustaining walleye? For instance, just that, that not all lakes are going to do that. But that's what I am about. I'm not. Understand you're looking at ecoregions, but that's not the eco part of the ecological based designated uses that I'm talking about. I just want to make sure we're clear.
Okay. Representative Collins next.
Yes. Madam Chairman, I'm really interested in the tracking of the data and what kind of graphs that we're going to have for all of these areas, and specifically looking at areas, and I'd also like to specifically see, of course, my major interest is the legacy fund money in terms of that. I don't know if that's all we're talking about other ones, but I'd really like to be able to point to differences where showing, ideally, I want to see the data as it is, but ideally we want to see something where if we put more money into something, we get a better result. And I want to know if the data that you're taking will track that kind of thing. If there are specific lakes or specific areas where there's, so that what I'd ideally like to see, I know what you'd like to see, is you'd like to see improvement all across the board. What I'd like to see is evidence that the amount of money that we've put in has had an effect on the result that we get. Is that going to be something that we're going to be able to see?
Madam Chair, Representative Khan, one of the other elements that are included in this, that it's our intention to include, are things like tracking where the Board of Water and Soil Resources has put on-the-ground projects based in Clean Water Fund and Outdoor Heritage funding, and then also looking at where the Public Facilities Authority may have provided a Clean Water Fund loan or grant to a wastewater treatment facility or a stormwater community for correction of public infrastructure. So and what you're seeing here is, in this map in particular, is trying to focus on environmental outcomes, but we want to have that type of supporting information that we can say, look, in these particular areas where we've concentrated some additional dollars, we're observing some different environmental outcomes as a result of that. So while it's an output and not necessarily an outcome, we want to be able to show that on maps that the board will be providing.
Well, Madam Chairman, one of the things that if we start to get evidence showing this, one of the things, and obviously we make these appropriations either every year or every 2 years, depending on what it is. One of the things that we might be able to do to spread the money, to make the money go further and go faster, is to require matching funds from the areas where we do it. I don't think that the Outdoor Heritage Fund ever requires any matching funds. I don't know if Clean Water sometimes does. I know some of the ones do. One of the things in the trip that I made, one of the trips I made to Duluth to look at the cleanup of the harbor, which was being done by, I know that's a bigger lake than you're looking at, that was being done with legacy funds. One of the things that was so interesting was that was being done on they were getting money on a federal hazardous sites, environmentally bad sites. And I think that Duluth Harbor, my numbers may not be exactly right, but I think they were a grade 3 problem. But because they had all this matching funding from Legacy, they got bumped up on the federal timetable above some 1s and 2s. And I was always a supporter of the Legacy amendment, but I never remembered the argument being made that it would help us leverage other monies to come into it. So that's kind of a powerful tool, and maybe we ought to also have the local governments using it to leverage state money. I'm not proposing it right now, but I'd like to see the data that would help us decide whether we should or shouldn't do that.
Madam Chair and Representative Khan, I might just add on to that question and the comment you made. With respect to the matching funds, on the grants that the Board of Water and Soil Resources provides to local units of government, there is a match required on those. So we are leveraging local dollars for those funds. Okay. To your other question about can we...
Again, with some funds there is a match, and with some funds there isn't a match, I think, in terms of the broad panoply of funds that we use.
Madam Chair, Representative Khan, in terms of across the entire Clean
Yeah.
Water Fund and how all the agencies operate, that's correct.
Yeah. So I guess I'd like, that being part of the kind of data that we're looking at. So, sorry, I interrupted you when you were finishing.
No, Madam Chair, Representative Khan, I was just going to say to your prior question on are we tracking how we can see results. So Ms. Flood responded kind of broadly with this. I just wanted to add to one of the appropriations that Bowser received last session was for a targeted watershed demonstration program.
Great.
And so our idea with this program is to concentrate resources on a smaller watershed over a little bit longer period of time so that we can track results and we can see what a sustained effort in a smaller area might be able to produce in terms of significant pollution reduction estimates. So we are just putting that program together. We do hope to have those funds out the door early next year, and certainly we'll be here to report back on what we're finding from that program.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot.
I want to follow up on Representative Khan. I appreciate what you're doing in this 5 years so citizens can see what's happening with their money and the progress we're making. That's good. That what we had before was not enough to justify the dollars we're spending. But we need more than that. That's the high-level view. But we're spending a ton of money year to year. And while we are looking at areas with this, we need to know which strategies are working better than other strategies. So right now, we're kind of scattershot in, if people ask for money and they look pretty good, we give them the money. But we have got to concentrate our monies on the things that are working the best. And so as we report year to year or biennium to biennium, we need enough outcome from what you are doing to be able to see these 4 strategies work the best. This is okay. Let's quit doing this. We don't have that kind of input from you guys at this point, and we do need it. So is that, you're shaking your heads, yes? I'm hearing that we are going to be getting that kind of thing.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, we also have another document that's a performance report that we've prepared biennially. Well, this will be the second in February. That document will be available. It has much more detailed, more comprehensive measures that look at environmental outcomes as well as the amount of dollars that are being expended and those types of things. I think what you're asking, though, is for a little bit something different than what you'll find in that biennial report. So I think we should take your feedback back and think through how we might try to present something like that to you.
I think that would be helpful. We are dealing with a ton of money here and high expectations. Jeff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the map here, and there's quite a disparity in acceptability of the term you use here, from 95% and holding steady in Lake Superior to the Upper Iowa River is 0%. It can't get any lower than that, I assume. And I'm wondering if there's been an analysis of why that is. It seems that it pretty closely mimics the percentage of remaining wetlands in Minnesota. It's very close to that map. It's also pretty close to the percentage of cropland. So I'm assuming there's a land use component to this. So are you doing that assessment, and how does that advise on 2 levels your strategy for addressing this? I'm assuming that 95% acceptable and holding steady is pretty good, so you might not apply that many resources there, but 0% acceptable is a more dramatic situation. So can you help me with those?
Madam Chair, Mr. Broberg, I'll take a shot at that and say that, for example, in the southern part of the state, there are dramatically fewer water bodies than there are in the northern part of the state. So if you have some impairments, and primarily those impairments in the southern part of the state are coming from excessive eutrophication. So I think if we're able to use this information to be able to track our progress, the level of expectation in that part of the state already inherently has higher levels of phosphorus in those water bodies than what you'll find in the northern part of the state. So I think this kind of a chart is going to help us direct some dollars toward those particular areas for restoration, but they'll probably be going to fewer water bodies just inherently because there's fewer lakes that are found in that part of the state.
How about the allocation of resources based on this map? Are you spreading it all across the state, or?
Well, I think as Ms. Stroman said, Madam Chair, and Mr. Boberg, there is some general application of dollars across the state, but we are trying to focus dollars on where we think they're
we got 30
going to have the
Republican
largest
governors.
impact.
We said we're going to stop.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, was that a question?
No.
Okay. I missed that.
Thank you.
Questions or comments from other members? I mean, this is an important task that the agencies are doing for us, and so if there are comments, I thank you.
We would appreciate your feedback as well, so thank you very much.
All right. The next section, we're going to Section 4, and let me tell you a little bit about that, members. I am on the LCCMR, and this summer in July, we took a tour, and on that tour, we were in the forests in Cass County, and we saw some clear cutting of forests with the intention of converting them to potato production. And we heard from DNR, Department of Health, Cass County, and the Pollution Control Agency. And so this conversation that we had up there is one that I think we needed to share down here. And so I have asked the agencies to come in and give you the presentations that were given to LCCMR, and that's what we're going to hear now. The three handouts that we got in when we were up in Cass County are in your packet, and so we just draw your attention to those. We have changed a bit about who is coming from the agencies. We are fortunate to have Pete Jacobson, who actually did the presentation when we were in Cass County from DNR. So we're going to start with him, and welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee. My name is Peter Jacobson. I am a research scientist with Minnesota DNR and our Fisheries Research Unit. As Representative Wigenius has said, this is a developing conservation issue in the north central part of the state. We're seeing a fairly significant conversion of forest land to agriculture, irrigated agriculture. The potato farming industry has found that they can grow potatoes on the same sandy soils that have grown pine trees in the northern part of the state for many years, and especially when there's a large, deep aquifer underneath, and that is the case with this. We have a few slides that give some background information on the issue, and we'll also present some background on a pretty significant department initiative to protect some of these lands, both through acquisition, and then also there will be other members of the department that will talk on the regulatory aspects of this issue. So these conversions are primarily occurring in the north central part of the state, Hubbard, Wadena, Cass, and Becker County. These are real sandy soils. The potato industry will generally come in and purchase these from private landowners, take the timber off, bulldoze the stumps, and then put center pivot irrigation into these lands, and then grow potatoes. There's serious conservation loss of habitat when that happens. A whole host of forest and terrestrial things happen when you lose forest lands, obviously. But interestingly, the aquatic aspect and loss of aquatic habitat of this issue is very important as well. And that is why DNR Fisheries got very interested in this issue. In that area where this is occurring, and over that aquifer where this is occurring, some of our best fishing lakes and streams occur in that area. I'm talking lakes like Big Sand Lake, Fishhook, Potato, Straight Lake, the Straight River, one of the best trout streams in the state. So this is a significant issue across a number of resource habitat values, including fisheries. And again, just a slide showing some of the things that are lost when we lose forest land in the state, because those lands overlie this aquifer. And this aquifer, by the way, is one of the largest in the state, one of the most productive. When they do irrigate, they can really pull a lot of water out of the ground and really pour it to the crops. So that aquifer is a very important aquifer. It feeds, like I said, many of the important streams and lakes in that area. Those lands sustain some of the last remaining jack pine lands in the north central part of the state. There's a number of snowmobile trails and other trails on a lot of those lands, productive forests, and all the ecological values that go along with those forests as well. So, given that issue, the department is proceeding on a couple of initiatives here. And one I will talk about is a possible acquisition of some of these forest lands before they get converted. And one of the main landowners in that area is a large industrial forest company, Potlatch, owns about 60,000 acres in that area. Much of the land that is being converted is Potlatch land being sold to the potato industry. But I must say that it is bigger than that. There are many other private lands that are also being bought by the potato industry and converted as well, smaller landowners. But for our first effort here, we're concentrating on the one large industrial landowner, Potlatch, who we do traditionally have a very good relationship with over the years. The department does have that, so we have that going for us. They own about 60,000 acres in those 4 counties. The first thing we did was to essentially assess all the resource values that occur on those 60,000 acres, and that's where I became involved. And there's about 8 or 9 different components to that assessment, all of the things that we talked about before, including groundwater, including fish habitat, including all the terrestrial values of forests. And then we essentially then prioritized those lands. We also did a risk for conversion to agriculture to pick out of those 60,000 acres which ones were at highest risk of being immediately converted to agriculture. From that, we identified a first cut of about 11,000 acres. We met with Potlatch, showed them our list. They agreed that about 2,800 of those acres they'd be willing to possibly sell with us, given that we could build up funding for that. And that is essentially the mode we're in now, is looking for funds to help purchase some of these lands. The first big one was a Outdoor Heritage Fund proposal that's in the mix right now. I think the current value that they're looking at there is around $1 million there. We look at this as a fairly long-term acquisition program, somewhere on the order of 5 to 10 years. Potlatch agrees with us. They're selling parts of their land over the years. So we think this assessment will provide us information on an ongoing acquisition program with potash for a number of years. This is just the first cut of that. So some of those parcels that we're seriously looking at now are in that area. We think that there's inherent conservation value for protecting some of the forest lands over the top of that aquifer to maintain the health of that aquifer and also continue to provide those good ecological benefits that they do have. And finally, the last slide shows one specific set of parcels that actually our Scientific and Natural Areas program actually has some existing funds to buy some. Those are in the red. The red parcels are an existing remnant stand of native jack pines, again, very rare in that area. Our S&A people are very interested in that. And you can see the encroachment of irrigated agriculture on that. Thank you.
I think let's hear from the four folks that are talking, and then we will have questions for each of you. Don't go far, because I'm sure there are going to be questions. I believe next is Galen Reitz from the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, and you'll see in your pocket the handout that we received from them when we were on the LCCMR tour.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Galen Reitz. I'm the director of the Watershed Division at the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. I was not on the tour, so I didn't do the presentation there. Kevin Stroom, our biologist from the Brainerd office, was the last speaker at the site and shared some information. The key points that Mr. Stroom made were that these streams in the area of the site are in very good condition, and that what we would really two key points that any additional nutrients to the streams will result in some water quality degradation. The other thing is that streams are highly sensitive to drawdown of the superficial aquifer, and so let me just elaborate on those 2 points briefly. And the data, kind of the information I'm going to share with you, I think it's important to point out we probably wouldn't have the luxury of having this data and information if it wasn't for the passage of the Legacy Amendment a few years ago. It has enabled us to do some of the studies and gather some of the information that we have that's helping inform us on this situation. We have 2 monitoring sites, one on Swan Creek that's within about 1.5 miles of the site in question, and then on Tower Creek, which is about 2.5 miles from the site. And in these streams, what we're finding is there are naturally high levels of phosphorus. The phosphorus is probably coming from peat along the sides of the stream, and so the phosphorus is soluble and can move into the streams. The other interesting aspect here, though, is that the nitrate levels are extremely low. And so while there are high levels of phosphorus, the nitrate is down almost at non-detect levels. It's 0.05 milligrams per liter, and so extremely low. So we anticipate that any nitrogen increase, nitrate increase to the streams will lead to eutrophication. Plant growth will lead to decreased oxygen levels through the night phase, which ultimately can lead to biological impairment. So we're concerned about that. And we've got a couple of situations already in one near Park Rapids on the Straight River, where we're in the process of developing RAPs, where we've essentially seen this already, and therefore the concern. And then the second point is related to as we pump out water, and depending on the amount of pumping, it has the ability to impact the superficial groundwater, which recharges these streams, and that can also lead to essentially a concentration of the nutrients in that system, and the reduced flows and volumes could also affect habitat and ultimately the biology of the system. So therefore we're concerned. The streams in this area are in extremely nice condition currently. So we're in a position right now of water quality protection to avoid the impact that potentially could happen if we have additional nutrient addition to the streams. I think our concern is that the changing land use to one that adds nitrogen and also irrigation could certainly trigger those effects that I just described. Those were really the key points that Mr. Stroom presented in his presentation. I'd like to just add two additional things that he may not have been aware of when he made the presentation, and one is that we actually have a groundwater monitoring well, which is literally within a couple of tenths of a mile from there. So we will have background data on the current condition of the aquifer there. I think the other thing that we wanted to just point out that in January the agency did comment on the Cass County EAW for the proposed Winnemucca Farms project, and actually recommended that they withdraw the EAW, that they revise it and do some additional analysis on the EAW, or that they issue a positive declaration and suggest preparing an EIS for the situation. So those are our thoughts at the agency on the situation.
Thank you. Let's hear from Jim Walsh, who's a hydrologist at the Minnesota Department of Health. And don't go far. We'll just bring you all up together at the end, but I think it's good to hear the whole presentation before we ask questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Jim Walsh with the Minnesota Department of Health. I supervise hydrologists who work in the northern part of the state in the Source Water Protection Program. I've been asked to speak to you this morning as a follow-up to my presentation at the LCCMR field stop this past July in Byron Township. There we observed the conversion of forested land to irrigated potatoes. This type of change in land use, like others that may introduce a potential source of contamination, can be a public health concern in sensitive geologic settings where people rely on groundwater for drinking. It's well established in the scientific literature that nitrate levels beneath forested land are usually quite low, often far less than the drinking water standard of 10 milligrams per liter, which was set to protect infants from blue baby syndrome, whereas that beneath irrigated cropland can be significantly higher and may even exceed the Safe Drinking Water standard. The MDH administers the Safe Drinking Water Act, which protects public water supplies by requiring them to meet federal drinking water standards. There are no regulations on private well water quality, however. Private well water is not required to be monitored routinely other than at the time of well construction, nor is it required to meet drinking water standards. Therefore, health impacts may result from private well owners unknowingly consuming high nitrate water. Those private or public water well owners who are impacted by nitrate contamination and take steps to remedy the situation must do so at their own cost. Options for dealing with nitrate contamination include finding a new source of water, such as drilling a new well into a low nitrate aquifer, blending water from a high nitrate source with one that's lower in nitrate, treating the water to remove the contamination, or managing the sources of nitrate through land use changes to lower the concentrations in the source water. This last item is our preferred approach because it is both less expensive than the others and it's better public health policy to keep our water supplies from becoming contaminated in the first place. The MDH attempts to accomplish this goal by working with public water suppliers across the state to develop wellhead protection plans. These plans are designed to protect their water supplies from contamination from various land uses, including, but not limited to, agriculture. In your handouts, I provided examples of 2 communities located near the Byron Township area that are currently struggling with nitrate contamination of their wells, I should say. Those include Park Rapids and the city of Verndale. You've already heard somewhat about Park Rapids over the last 2 days. They're both located in similar sensitive hydrogeologic settings, much like the Byron Township area, and so they serve as a cautionary tale, if you will, about what can happen in the case of excess nitrogen. I've also included a map showing the magnitude of the problem in terms of large public water systems statewide. I thank you for your attention, and at this time I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. We will have questions for everybody together. We will. Julie Ekman, Minnesota DNR.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Julie Ekman, and I manage the Conservation Assistance and Regulations section at the Minnesota DNR. That is within our Ecological and Water Resources Division. And I'm here to give a brief overview of how our water appropriation permitting program addresses water quality. A permit is required to use water if one will be using more than 10,000 gallons a day or 1 million gallons a year. And irrigation of cropland does exceed that threshold, so irrigators do need permits from the DNR. Our practice is that when we receive an application, if it's in an area where we know there are water quality concerns, then we work with the appropriate LGUs or agencies to get comments on that application. And sometimes a local government will request that we deny a permit based on these issues, so we will work with the project developer to work with the local government to get to some kind of arrangement where they can get some water. When we do issue a permit, we include conditions on that permit, and for irrigation, the condition will require best management practices for nitrogen. Issued permits can also include a condition that they must implement adequate soil and water conservation measures in order to protect water quality. They are referred to the local soil water conservation district for that information. And all of our permits include a condition that requires practicable and feasible methods to conserve water. Further, individual permits might include specific conditions to address the specific circumstances for that permit need. So, although we have not yet fleshed this out to make it more comprehensive, we are planning to work together with our sister agencies to improve on this. And this will be a big change for the DNR on permit applications. This law that requires DNR to consider water quality is only 3 years old, so this is what we have done so far, and we'll continue to work with other agencies to make it better. Thank you.
Okay, so if everybody could come up, because I suspect there are questions, and in the meanwhile, members, when I got back from this tour, I did not know the law that governed, so I asked House Research Colby Sullivan to write a memo on the laws that were applicable. I have included that in your packet. I did share it with the agencies after Mr. Sullivan wrote it, so just so you know, and it's in your packet. So thank you all for coming together, and we have time now for some questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and for our testifiers. I was kind of interested over the last couple of days hearing the concerns about nitrogen in the groundwater and how quick it goes in, and how as croplands come in, they have higher rates of excess nitrogen than forest land. And I was kind of curious is when you're taking a look going from forest land to potatoes, how much excess nitrogen per year is that? Is that something around 30, 40, 10, or 10 pounds an acre? What does that usually translate to versus if you've got natural forest land right now?
Madam Chair, members, I'm not sure I can tell you how much it'll be under potatoes, but we know that the current site that we're looking at in Byron Township, the samples from around there, we're seeing levels which are at about 0.05 milligrams per liter, which is right at the just above the non-detect level. So it's extremely low in the current condition. I can't speak to what the level would be or that we would anticipate under a potato crop.
Okay, I guess I'll rephrase. I'm kind of a numbers person, so I can quantify things a lot better when I can work with hard numbers. Kind of gives me the idea of the scope. And one of the numbers I heard out there is, there's potential 60,000 acres that could go from forest land that's being sold that could go to cropland. And we've acknowledged that forest land is very low on excess nitrogen going in. If we're going to cropland, 60,000 acres sounds like a lot to me. Just try and do a little math. If it was, say, 40 pounds an acre of excess nitrogen going in, that's about 2.4 million extra pounds a year if that was all cropland going in. And to me, that sounds to me like a very high number. Where I'm using that is when I take a look at the presentation yesterday, when we see in the upper Mississippi River Basin, there's 42 million pounds a year that comes into through that river system there. It seems to me 2.4 million sounds like a large number. I recognize not all that would necessarily be going into a river system, but it would start going into the groundwater system. And I guess the questions I would have using numbers and thinking back, if you're looking at crops going in and you're looking at you were mentioning, one of our testifiers was mentioning about issuing permits saying we want to regulate how much nitrogen is going in. It would seem to me that you should be able to do some kind of calculations based on what the cropland is. If we're seeing croplands adding X amount of nitrogen going in, what are the methods? My real question is, what are the methods going to be to make sure that we don't increase the nitrogen levels in the area? Because we see the consequences is while it's great that we've got farming going on, we've got things occurring, eventually we get to a point where if the nitrogen levels get too high, everybody else ends up paying for it, whether it's a private landowner down the road. So in some ways, I don't feel that the people using the irrigation and the cropland are paying their whole fair share cost. So I'm kind of curious what's going to be done. We know the problem's coming, so what are some of the concrete solutions that are out there to address this potential problem?
Madam Chair, members, I'll give you an answer of what the Pollution Control Agency's role will be in that. And essentially we are working around all the major watersheds in the state, developing what are called watershed restoration protection strategies, where we're analyzing the water quality, looking at what are the various sources of stress to the system, and then developing a document that is essentially an implementation table which will identify what kinds of strategies need to be done to protect the water quality or improve it if it's already degraded. So in this situation, I would assume this one will focus on a protection strategy to avoid that, which could include a number of practices, specific management practices that will identify what are reasonable rates of additional nitrogen and other nutrients that would be applied. The fact that the system is highly sensitive, the fact that there is natural phosphorus there, means that any additional nitrogen is going to make the system very sensitive. So, we'll have to be aware of that going in. So that's the piece that we're working on. We're working on, we just completed a TMDL for Little Rock Creek, which is a similar kind of situation. We've got one in process now for the Park Rapids and the Straight River. This one is in the early stages, this Byron Township area. So We're working on that effort, and so that'll be one piece of what we can do to avoid the problem.
If I could follow up, Madam Chair, a little bit more, I'm wondering, are there specific guidelines that could be required of people who are going to farming in that area that would make sure that it's not increasing the nitrogen load? I'm hearing about, setting background levels and all those kind of things, but what I'm looking for, what are some of the specific practices that might be available out there?
But perhaps that question may be better directed to council.
Okay. Yeah, or whoever could.
And because there is law on point, I think, and that would be on the irrigation, if council would tell us the law that he found.
Madam Chair and members, on the bottom of the first page of my memo, there's a heading for irrigation, and it describes, as I understand it, a two-part process where a person proposing to dig a well and appropriate water must notify the Department of Health and pay a fee prior to constructing the well. And then before appropriating groundwater or withdrawing groundwater for irrigation, if the proposed withdrawal exceeds a certain threshold, a permit is required also from the Department of Natural Resources. And the remainder of that first paragraph on page 2 describes the groundwater sustainability standard, or the factors in statute that the DNR considers when assessing an appropriation permit application. And then the last sentence there in that section describes a change from this session that I believe took effect July 1st of this year, and that requires pre-approval by the DNR, whereas before only the Department of Health needed to be contacted prior to constructing the well.
Does that help with
Let me repeat it back, see if I got the understanding right. So if I'm understanding the way it's written right now, is that anyone that will be applying for a permit to draw water could have extra regulations or requirements put on them that to have the permit they would have to be using best practices to reduce nitrogen levels going in, correct? That's...
Madam Chair, Representative, I believe that was the testimony from the Department of Natural Resources. That level of detail was not included in the statutes that I read, but practically that sounds like that's how the law is administered.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Hansen is next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And looking through the fact sheets, the Department of Health specifically, I'm concerned or have questions about the wellhead protection area. And there's a map that shows the wellhead protection area for Park Rapids. And I know earlier today we had a presentation by the Clean Water Fund, and we've appropriated money through the Clean Water Fund to Bowser to purchase wellhead protection areas out of clean water. And then Representative McNamara and I, on the Outdoor Heritage Council, there's been money recommended each year the last 5 years, over almost every year, over $500,000 for purchasing potlatch properties that may or may not be within the wellhead protection area. I'd like to know from the agencies, are you talking with each other when we're investing this public money from the two legacy funds? Does the Clean Water Fund wellhead protection purchase, acquisition, is that congruent with Outdoor Heritage Fund purchases of similar property, or are these two tracks going different directions? When we're investing now millions of dollars on the Outdoor Heritage side, and I think we've appropriated a few $1 million each year on the wellhead protection side.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'll take a stab at the Health Department perspective on that. In terms of the monies you reference going through Bowser to purchase lands in wellhead protection areas, I think you're referring to the RIM program, is that correct? Okay. If that's the case, the RIM program allows for lands within wellhead protection areas to be bumped up in priority for that process, but there's no requirement that the landowner submit to putting their land in RIM or CRP. It just makes it more available. And given current crop prices, that's been a difficult argument of late.
Maybe to follow up, and I know Bowser's in the room, but I believe we've appropriated to Bowser for purchasing critical wellhead protection areas, so that work with the health department so that those purchases are made where the highest priority is. My reason for asking this question is that when we're talking about thousands of acres of conversion potentially, and then we're looking at a very expensive cost for purchasing hundreds of acres, what should be purchased that if acquisition is the tool, a tool for protection, not the only tool, but a tool for protection, how do you prioritize within the agencies, within the administration, to make sure that if you're going to buy something, if we're going to appropriate money, that it's going to have the best effect?
Madam Chair and Committee, Representative Hansen, again, Sarah Stroman with the Board of Water and Soil Resources. I'll speak a little bit to the question about the board's wellhead protection program that is funded with clean water funding. So that funding, as you noted, is directed specifically at areas that have been designated by the Department of Health as having high or very high vulnerability. So we do work with the Department of Health to identify those areas, and then go out and work with the soil and water conservation districts to try to entice landowners to enroll in that program. My understanding is the funding has not necessarily been targeted to this particular area, and so I don't think there has necessarily been an overlap with the potlatch land conversion situation that is the topic of today. I will just echo the conversation that, of course, these are voluntary easements, and frankly, it has been somewhat of a difficult sell on these wellhead protection easements because we are focusing on agricultural land, and unlike other types of RIM easements that we take, these areas are not necessarily marginal agricultural lands. In many cases, they are highly productive agricultural lands that are overlapping with these vulnerable and highly vulnerable wellhead areas. And so the rates that we currently pay in this kind of agricultural market have not been as competitive as they might be in other times. So we are working on them. We have acquired some easements. I could certainly come back to the committee with some more information on exactly where we're at with those, but it has been somewhat of a difficult sell in this market right now.
And finally, are there any designated highly vulnerable wellhead protection areas in Cass County?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, the answer to that is yes.
Did the Department of Ag have a comment they wanted to make on this? We welcome your participation.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. My name is Greta Gothier. I'm from the Minnesota Department of Agriculture. Thank you for letting us come up to comment. Specifically, I believe, to Representative Fisher's question regarding potato crop farming in Cass County or the Central Sands Coarse Soils region. The Department of Agriculture did put out this handbook last year of best management practices. This is a compendium of research that basically validates these practices and is provided to producers for their use on their operations. I believe you did put the link to this on the committee website this morning. It's a rather large document, and I do have one here that could be passed around if folks would like to take a look at it right now. Second of all, and Representative Fisher, for nitrogen management, the Department of Agriculture has produced best management practices that are regional in scope for different parts of Minnesota, and those can be found on our website, and I will send a link to the committee for that. but there are specific ones for coarse textured soil. There's one for northwestern Minnesota, for central Minnesota. And then there's another BMP, which I have here with me, from University of Minnesota Extension, which is for irrigated potatoes. And Madam Chair, if we want to speak more specifically to that, I do have Bruce Montgomery with me from our staff, who has worked on nitrogen and all our nitrogen and groundwater work up in this area of the state. And while I'm here, Madam Chair, we would welcome the opportunity to come and talk to the committee about the department's work in the Central Sands on nitrogen and groundwater issues.
Let me just start with a question here, and then we'll go to Representative Hamilton. As I was reading the best management practices for potatoes, one of them is to have a cover crop right after the potato production. Is that happening in all of our Central Sands area now?
Madam Chair, Bruce Montgomery, Department of Ag. In answer directly to the question, I would say there's a fairly high amount of acres that when potatoes are lifted, it's not uncommon for oats or rye or some type of a cover crop seed to actually go into the lifter. And it's not uncommon either for the irrigators to run water over the potato crop once it's lifted just to get the rye germinated. One of the big challenges we see is in our late russets, which is the type of potato that most of our production in the state, we have, I think, roughly 40,000 acres of irrigated potatoes in the state, somewhere in that area. Most of them are russet Burbanks. These are the variety of potato used for the frozen food industry primarily. Some of those potatoes, they are lifted sequentially, so it might get late in the season. We might not be able to get that cover crop established. What we see in the central part of the state and the Anoka Sand Plains area, where the potatoes tend to be more early or medium length varieties, these are the types of potatoes that frequently go to the fresh market. Those potatoes might be lifted as early as 1st of August, September, so it's very, very easy to get a cover crop established, and that is a technique that's frequently used.
It would be helpful for us to have some specific numbers of how many of the acreage in the Anoka and in the Central Sands actually have a cover crop that follows, since it is a listed best management practice. I think Representative Hamilton is next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a number of questions, but before I get there, I think it would be helpful for the committee, so that we have a balanced hearing here, to talk a little bit about what has gone into the manuals, the best management practices, and everything that the Department of Agriculture has done, and also the University of Minnesota, because it's substantial. And again, to seek some balance here, I think Representative Fisher would answer many of your questions. And then after we hear from them, I do have some questions for the for the earlier testifiers as well.
Madam Chair and Committee, I'll gladly try to answer that question. The Department of Ag, one of our missions is to develop and implement, promote best management practices. We do that in partnership with the University of Minnesota and other land-grant universities and research institutions. We don't get that work done, though, by ourselves. We need cooperators like the potato growers and the edible bean growers, and it's through those partnerships that a lot of this work gets accomplished. These BMPs were developed initially in about 1993 or 1994. Again, it was in partnership with the Area 2 potato growers that we were able to get that accomplished. Their checkoff dollars go into some of those research projects. It's not uncommon for the commodity groups to put substantial money into these fertilizer BMPs. One thing I really want to emphasize with the potato crop, what we see is there's an extraordinary level of high management that go into irrigated potatoes. The investment is enormous. The risks are enormous. They have to do a lot of things right to make this crop successful and be profitable. What we're seeing from our youth surveys, and we do extensive work with various commodity groups. In the mid-'90s, we did something similar with the potato growers, and actually the Area 2 potato growers invited us to basically survey all of their growers. We did that in partnership with them. what we found was there was some extraordinary practices being implemented, and what I'm talking about here is things like split applications. Not uncommon at all to see 6 to 8 different nitrogen applications going on the irrigated crop, particularly potatoes. Through our program at the Department of Ag, we issue chemigation permits and fertigation permits. That allows producers to put on, teaspoon on, small amounts of liquid nitrogen. So instead of banking on weather and what kind of season we're going to have, the growers have an ample opportunity to put 20 to 40 pounds on as the plant needs it. The potato industry has done an extraordinarily good job of using the plant to tell you when you need to put more on. This is very different than most of our cropping systems, but potatoes are extraordinarily responsive and visual, and with the use of chlorophyll meters and other tools, they can accomplish that. So we see a lot of that being done in the potato industry. Again, the level of management is just extraordinary. One thing I'd like to point out is that this is not just about potatoes. This is about the whole rotation. So as we think about trying to grow these extraordinarily difficult crops that use large inputs, the management on edible beans, and Madame, you were on the tour. I'm not sure if you were with us when we stopped and saw the edible bean field, but Alan Peterson with the Minnesota Irrigators Association described the level of management that goes into the dark kidney bean production. Again, a lot of high technology goes into this. The potato industry forecasts humidity under the canopy that's used to trigger when to spray and start the spray for fungicides. There's a lot of climate work that goes into the production on this end. The other thing I would like to point out, if I'm not taking too long, but as we do a land use conversion of any type of land to row crop agriculture, we're going to impact nitrogen losses. That's just a fact of life. Our soils in Minnesota, we're blessed with high organic matter soils for the most part. When we do a land use conversion, whether it be forest to row crop or pasture to row crop, what we're going to first see is an explosion of bacteria that is responsible for the mineralization. We did similar work in North Dakota where we took some dryland agriculture and pasture land, converted it to pivots, and monitored it for about 20 years. What we saw in those conditions is no response to commercial nitrogen the first 3 years in the rotation. Again, a lot of that comes from our background nitrogen losses or our background mineralization from these soils. So we'd anticipate to see impacts initially. I think through the science, through the best management practices, we've got a tremendous opportunity to minimize. We can't get to zero, but we can certainly minimize them substantially through implementation of many of these practices.
Thank you. I think you want to bring up the rest of the folks.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. Yeah, I do have some questions for the rest.
I think the panel will come back. There is a list of other folks that want to ask questions. Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question is for Mr. Jacobson. And, you know, we've talked a lot about potentials, hypotheticals, and complete speculation. And the number that was used initially was 60,000 acres that we were talking about up there. And I believe it's 1,459 acres that are looking at going into potato production. We went from 1,400 acres up to all of a sudden 60,000 acres being clear cut. You had said that we should be protecting some, and your figure that you said was 2,800 areas that 2,800 acres were agreed upon by the DNR. Could agriculture on these 60,000 acres? Can agriculture play a role in part of this? Is there a place for agriculture in those 60,000 acres, in your opinion?
Madam Chair and Representative, let me first clarify what that 60,000 acres is. That is the total amount of land in those 4 counties that are owned by potlatch. Okay. not all 60,000 acres are suitable for conversion to ag. We think about 11,000 of those 60,000 are under immediate threat of being converted to ag. Within that Pineland Sands aquifer, there's many more thousands of other private landowners, private woodlot landowners that are at risk that we haven't even addressed yet. So that's the 60,000 acres. Not all 60,000 acres of their land is suitable for agriculture. For your specific question, yes, I think this is a question of balance. The potato farming industry is very important to that part of the state. There's a big plant in Park Rapids, employs a lot of people. There's no question that it's a balance. We think that if you look at that aquifer as a whole, that it would be wise to at least keep some of it forested, just for protecting the groundwater and all these other ecological benefits. What that balance is, I don't know. That's up for everybody to decide.
And Madam Chair, and thank you for the clarification, and thank you for that as well, as far as recognizing that agriculture can play a role in this. And one of your comments when you're talking about the current landowners, I guess my takeaway from that was that they agreed that some of those lands should be protected, and they're willing to work with you or the state as well in doing so. So thank you for that. My next question is for Mr. Walsh. You were talking about the potential of pollution. Is there also a potential that they could do it in a way that would be environmentally friendly, they being the potato growers? Is there that potential as well? You talked about the negative potentials. Is there also a positive potential? Could these farmers actually do it in a positive way?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I don't mean to belittle all the good work that farmers are doing with regard to BMPs and our partners at Ag and the university. I know that a lot of farmers have worked hard to implement BMPs and that they do help. But I can't help but look at the data gathered by the Pollution Control Agency that was presented yesterday showing median nitrate concentrations under agricultural land of almost 9 milligrams per liter. I think that some of that land must include areas where BMPs are being implemented and farmers are doing their best to keep nitrate out of the groundwater. That's 1 milligram per liter less than the drinking water standard, and so I think while we acknowledge that there's good work being done and we want to continue to promote that in terms of BMPs, that we have to be aware that there's still the potential for high nitrate levels even where farmers are doing some of their best work.
And Madam Chair, I would say that we are aware of that. And part of this, and I believe, is what they're wanting to do is move to make sure that they're at a 3-year or possibly a 4-year rotation on their potatoes. And then you're coming back with different type of crops on top of that, or cover crops as well. And so I think that the farmers are wanting to have balance here, between feeding the world, because we do have to double the world's food supply in 37 short years. So they're wanting to do that. They're doing what they can to be environmentally friendly as well. And I think that with all the great people that are working on this, whether it's the various government agencies, the University of Minnesota, the private sector as well, I think that we can accomplish this and do it to where we're responsible and we're providing food for the people that need it and also caring for the environment. So, thank you.
Representative Anderson, and Mr. Walsh, would you just get closer to the mic? That's all. Thank you. Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question also is for Mr. Jacobson. In your testimony, you described these 60,000 acres, or at least parts of them, as productive forest. Now, to me, productive would also mean economically productive or valuable. So my question is, in a big picture sense, what's happening up there? Potlatch is selling all of this land. What are the reasons for that, the background for what's going on up there?
Well, we can't speak for Potlatch. Obviously, they're making their own business decisions, but the potato farming industry and the profits that can be made on that land are obviously starting to be tilted that way over forest production.
Representative Purcell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of questions here, and I've had possession of this fine BMP handbook. Thank you, Greta, for getting that out for a few hours now, and I haven't made it all the way through, but there's a couple of things that are kind of sticking out to me, and I just wanted to some feedback on some of it, and I'm seeing a lot of when I look back, and I've just kind of been thumbing through it. I see BMP effectiveness from New York State, Arkansas, Georgia, Arkansas again. Is there a page in here that's going to tell me BMP effectiveness from Minnesota? That we have measurements from Minnesota?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to rephrase the question, so you're seeing in this book research from several other states, citations for that, and that's what this book is intended to be. But I'm going to let the person who wrote the book speak to it.
Madam Chair, Joshua Stamper, Department of Agriculture. The Ag BMP handbook was put together with Clean Water Fund research dollars that were allocated to the Minnesota Department of Agriculture. Within the actual chapters and text of the document, there's different references. All that shows up in the text is upper Midwestern research, specifically Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, and the Dakotas. When you flip to the back, there is a compendium of all the research in North America and occasionally in Northern Europe for research that's delved into the effectiveness of conservation practices. But within the actual physical text in the chapters, we try to make sure that all of the research is upper Midwestern specific. So we have tried to do that. But we also acknowledge that there may be certain situations and certain conservation practices where we do need to look perhaps outside of the upper Midwest.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, and I just a couple of points that I'm trying to hone in on this irrigation potentially potatoes. And one thing I do want to say is that I try and look for good empirical data where we can find it to make our decisions and help us make decisions. And I'm looking on page 180 here in table 45. The Georgia Manual presents, I'm quoting, the Georgia Manual presents the following pollutant removals, but offers little in the way of references. That doesn't make me feel real good about those numbers, let me say that. And I'm sure there's others that are much better. But I am taken, and this comes from that, and I want to reference this here, because, and you tell me if it's a good number or not. Going on to page 181, it says drip irrigation compared to conventional irrigation for vegetable production, water savings potential. That's the BMP target. 74% reduction effectiveness. Is that a good number then from this Georgia thing?
Madam Chair, I can't speak to where the values that came from the Georgia manual. We're simply listing those as reference values. What we would expect to see with drip irrigation is a reduced loss of evaporation from the soil surface as opposed to using sprinkler or center pivot irrigation with drip. So we would expect to see a reduction in water loss with a drip irrigation practice.
Just one final note then. I mean, if those numbers are anywhere close to real, we could see, with drip irrigation, we could see a 2/3 less water use to grow these crops, eh?
Yes, sir. Madam Chair, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Khan is next.
My question is actually to Representatives Hansen and McNamara, and or maybe Torkelson is still on Clean Air Committee or not? Clean Water. Yeah, okay. Which is, I want to know how many of your decisions are based on what might be threatened. I guess I was reading this identification of high resource value on the first page, the Pineland Sands Aquifer. And there's, a lot of acres. The landowner identified 2,800 acres, and then that's an LSOHC application, and they're recommended 500 acres. And I wondered if the rest of it is still considered kind of safe for future acquisitions, or should there have been more targeting of LSOHC land towards that particular funds towards that particular purchase. In other words, I'm asking how much a parcel is threatened gets into your decisions as to what to do.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Hansen and I were kind of pointing at each other which one was going to go first. Representative Khan, I would go back to the first year after 2008 when we passed the dedicated sales tax amendment. The largest project ever funded in the history of the sales tax has been the protection of 186,000 acres of forested land in Minnesota. It was a $38 million project. We protected that forest land forever for all Minnesotans to enjoy and use and to keep it in productive forests. So I think Lessard-Sam Outdoor Heritage Council has made it a high priority to protect forests where it makes sense. We spent $10 million, not $14 million, to protect 2,000 acres of potlatch land just east of Brainerd. One of the top 5 largest projects ever protected, and that money went to potlatch to protect the land in northern Minnesota. So it's been a very high priority, and I think it'll continue to be where it makes sense. We should use that money wisely. So I think we've done a good job of that. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, if I can just, protection is different from acquisition, I guess, in some sense, and are the protection covenants as safe as acquisition?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Representative Khan. There's a best management practices for those lands, and they're subjected to additional controls on the Bland and UPM lands. So they continue to be cropped as forested. We talk about cropland. These lands that we're talking about here are croplands today, or were. They were tree crops, somewhere in the cycle of 25 to 100 years of crops, or in the case of the trees I'm used to, 6-year crops when you grow them for nursery purposes. But whether a crop is every 3 or 4 year potato crop, or a 6-year nursery tree, or a 25 to 75 year treat tree, they're all different kinds of croplands. And so I think to your answer, yeah, we have practices in place to protect all those different lands. And when they're clear cut, which often is the case in a popple forest, which I think this was, there's going to be practices taking place, and we manage those to do them hopefully in a sustainable way, keep away from streams and things like that. So I think Lessard-Sam's has done a good job of prioritizing forest lands when it's appropriate.
Specifically, Representative Khan, there are and have been each year Cass County proposals. And the Cass County, just in terms of Outdoor Heritage Fund, so the first year we appropriated $594,000, the second year $604,000, the third year $480,000, the fourth year $500,000, and then the proposal and the recommendations which were made a couple weeks ago, $880,000 to Cass County. And I'm just going to read, I have the accomplishment plans here. The Cass County Forest Resource Management Plan directs the county to acquire lands of this nature whenever possible to protect our management access. The Cass County Comprehensive Plan requires no net loss of acres of public land and local unit of government input on all purchases and land sales. This project meets the requirement of both the plans and will require stakeholder input as part of any project. Recent purchases of this nature have been supported by both the county and the local units of government. The Cass County Commissioners has a strong history of supporting land sales and acquisitions that have local government support. Now, each of the plans talks about protecting Cass County forest land from development. It has been silent as to what type of development that has been. But we have been appropriating. That was the purpose of my question earlier, is if we're going to use acquisition as a tool, and we have areas that are wellhead protection areas, which have an impact on public water sources, so we don't have to have Park Rapids going and being like St. Peter and ask for $18.8 million from their residents to pay for a new well. If the state is going, and then we're an appropriations committee, so if the state is going to provide money for acquisition, we should make sure that those parcels are the best. And that's where I'm a little concerned that I'm not sure that there's communication between the Clean Water folks and Cass County and the Outdoor Heritage Fund, that the purchases that are being made are, with limited dollars, the best ones that could be made. Because I don't see that collaboration. I see acquisition. And if we're going to be clipping along at $500,000 each year from Outdoor Heritage Fund, I think there needs to be some prioritization that it has the water benefit, which we've heard testimony earlier today from the DNR that impacts fish habitat, which makes it clearly constitutional under the Outdoor Heritage Fund. And I think Outdoor Heritage staff are here, that if we can get the accomplishment plans for the committee so that they can read through those in terms of the ideas for making it.
We can get that out. Thank you. Did you want to speak to this?
Madam Chair, thank you. Greta Gothier, Department of Ag. I just wanted to note a couple more things in response to Representatives Purcell and Fisher. In the Ag BMP book, if you look at page 87, we have irrigation management BMPs. However, you will find there that we note that there's been a research gap since the irrigation specialist left the University of Minnesota. And so, of course, this year, legacy dollars were appropriated to the Department of Agriculture to help fill that position and have someone there who can work more intensely on the ground with irrigation issues. And I'd also want members to see that on page 21, we've done a gap analysis of the current BMP research available. And where we have found that there are gaps, those are the areas that we are targeting with our Clean Water Legacy BMP, our research dollars that our agency has. We are targeting and trying to fill in these gaps as quickly as possible. We are funding some irrigation research right now on the Rosholt farm out in west central Minnesota. It's a site that we visited on our a tour earlier this month, or last month, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make sure that that point got in, so thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, and to Representative Fisher's question, the BMPs for potato, for nitrogen fertilizing in Minnesota on potato crops are about 180 to 220 pounds per acre. That's a range, though. Might be lower, might be higher, but usually falls in that area.
Is that substantially more than corn?
Madam Chair, I'm told it's only slightly more than corn.
The numbers I have read are like double of corn. Wait a minute, I've got to be careful here. Representative Purcell in a follow-up, Representative Fisher in a follow-up. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Gauthier. To your point, and thank you for going back to page 21. I actually have a note on that page, and just about in the middle of the page, talking about irrigation management, and where empty circles indicate what we know, basically, and they're all empty circles. And then I was trying to make that match up with what I read back here from the Georgia, which is not well referenced according to what's written in here, and you can see my perhaps consternation there in what do we know. And I'm assuming that you all believe we don't know a lot about the irrigation, or should there be more information in here? That's the only thing I wanted to make that point. That was where I'm coming from.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, we compiled this book. The philosophy of the BMPs is to constantly incorporate new research and make the best science available. And yes, there are gaps, and that's why we're trying to fill them.
Bishop?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate having the information as to on best management practices for potatoes. You mentioned 180 to 220 pounds. The question I have, what ends up being the loss? I mean, does that all get used, or how much of it ends up going down into staying in the soil or going down to the water? How many pounds per acre does that end up being?
Madam Chair. Bruce Montgomery, Department of Ag. Love to try to answer that question for you. In the irrigated potato BMP, and we'll circulate this around to everybody, there's some very good information in here on rates, the types of management. There's options for growers depending on whether they have fertigation or not, if they petiole test. I mean, this is a very comprehensive document, and it takes years to do it, and it continually evolves. But in here, there's some tables on actual nitrogen loss under different nitrogen rates and management, and we'd be happy to share that. These numbers can be pretty substantial, and it's not uncommon on our coarse textured soils to lose 20 to 30 pounds per acre per year. One thing that we need to always keep in mind is generally most of those nitrogen losses happen during the non-cropping season. So it's absolutely imperative wherever we do in terms of growing that crop, and the goal of the irrigator is to get as much nitrogen that you put into the system back into the crop and get it out of there so we don't lose it during the off season. Carl Rosen put these leaching loss numbers together, and please keep in mind that they're highly weather dependent. He has some data in here from 2003 showing nitrogen loss under potatoes with no fertilizer at 46 pounds per acre. And when we get up into the range where we typically grow potatoes, in that 250 range or so, we're going to be losing up to 75 pounds per acre. So again, this kind of goes back to my original statement. We're always going to have nitrogen loss. And during certain climatic conditions, they can be very appreciable. So the use of cover crops and anything else we can do to try to minimize that is significant. I'd also like to point out that the potato growers in general have done some very innovative things to try to reduce residual soil nitrate loss, including the use of sorghum Sudan grass. This is a technique that's being used in the Park Rapids area during the non-potato year. So these losses can be significant. Again, we don't want to rule out that the other parts of the rotation are also extremely important as well.
We will get a site to that and post it on our committee website for members. So we will get that done today. I'm just on the follow-up. Representative Hamilton, were you following up to this, or were you something else? Because I'm...
Madam Chair, he covered it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Broberg.
Well, I have a series of questions here. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start maybe with talking about water appropriations in the DNR. I had a chance here to look at the Wanamaca EAW, for example, and I see that some of their wells, they had the well testing data and well logs. A number of these wells have static water levels, meaning before they start drilling, at 1 foot below the surface. And their pump tests over 5 hours draw that water level down 26 feet. And the range of these wells was having the water level between 1 and 6 feet below the surface and drawing it down as much as 50 feet. So my question is, does that recover every day? And tell me about the permit application process when they do this. It seems, number one, water at 1 foot below the surface is a wetland. Do you take that into account, that this pumping is going to dry up that seasonal wetland?
Madam Chair and Mr. Broberg, the permits that I'm familiar with in this area, I believe the wells were around 100 feet deep, and we issued temporary permits for 1 year and to gather information about their pumping, and we are currently now assessing that information and will determine from that whether or not an aquifer test is going to be required, and that will give us more information about the water movement and the water recovery.
Thank you. Madam Chair, the EAW says that this is an area where there won't be any well interference because they don't know if there's any wells around, but isn't that kind of predicated on how well the reporting is for all the people that live around there?
Madam Chair and Mr. Broberg, the DNR did not write the EAW. We were not the regulatory unit for that. We did comment on the EAW, so I can't really speak to the accuracy of that in the EAW.
Okay. And you commented on it, and did you say whether you asked for an EIS with this Wanamaca Farm?
Madam Chair, Mr. Broberg, if I recall our comments correctly, we suggested that the EAW did not address certain issues adequately, and I can't remember if we recommended an EIS. I can get you that information if you'd like.
Thank you.
Let's follow up here with, I understand the Pollution Control Agency recommended an EIS, and perhaps that would answer your question. Would that be all right? If they would come up and tell us why they recommended an EIS.
Madam Chair, Mr. Broberg, we recommended that they either withdraw it and do further analysis or recommend an EIS. So it was either or.
And can you tell us why?
I can, if I can put my glasses on. Madam Chair, members of the committee, we actually had several reasons. One was concern that the EAW stated that the irrigation wells had already been installed, and all those, the EAW should come before the permitting decisions, so that was a concern. We raised concerns about geologic hazards and soil conditions, and that the EAW did not identify and discuss pesticides, fungicides, and concern about pollinators in the area and the potential impact of the use of the various pesticides. We also brought up the issue of cumulative potential effects and other conversions that could be going on in the area, and felt that a combination of those things meant that there should be some additional analysis or further analysis through an EIS.
Thank you. And just to follow up and comment, and I have some questions for some other people. I was on the tour with the LCCMR this summer, and I have to tell you that shocked me. I thought that this was a level of land clearing that only occurred in third world countries. The level of land clearing that we saw there was dramatic to me. We're standing on one side of the road with mature aspen forests with a complete ground cover of blueberries, and right next door, irrigation wells being installed. The data shows they'll draw down practically every day the water level down to 50 feet. So to follow up on appropriations question, do you take into account with these things the impact on those surface water resources, the wetlands, the rivers and streams in those areas, and how do you address that with these applicants?
Madam Chair, Mr. Broberg, yes, we do consider effects on surface water. That is our area of expertise, is water quantity and water flow and how it impacts surface waters. So when we do receive an application, we will look at that, and if we don't have adequate information to determine what those effects will be, we will require monitoring of the applicant and assess additionally later when we have the data.
But, Madam Chair, we just heard that the permits for these wells were issued even before the environmental assessment was done, so there's a cart before the horse thing here. What you said can't be true in this instance.
Madam Chair, Mr. Broberg, the permits to use those wells were not issued during the open EAW process. The statement was that the wells were installed, and at that time we did not have input into the drilling of wells or the siting of wells. That has changed now as of July 1st. We do review the siting of wells and give a recommendation to the proposer.
All right. Thank you. I have some questions for the Department of Health and their wellhead protection. You gave us this sheet with the Park Rapids here, and maybe help me understand this map a little better. It's a little faded out, and what I'm seeing are a 10-year time of travel or capture. That's ostensibly the area that if those wells were pumping at the current rates, they would draw all of that water within 10 years. Can you tell me what the land uses are within that area? It seems like I see all these round things out there. Are those data fields?
If you could get really close to the mic, we're having trouble picking you up on the mic.
Madam Chair, Mr. Broberg, yes, those circular crop patterns that you see on that map are in fact irrigated lands, primarily potatoes, or exclusively potatoes, I believe.
And Madam Chair, do you know if these wells were installed before or after those irrigated fields?
Madam Chair, Representative, the wells, at least most of the city wells, were installed, I believe, back in the 50s and 60s. They do have one more recent, and then they're exploring for a deeper source now. And I'm not sure when the fields were first established, so I'm not sure which came first.
Okay, but if the wells had been there first, they could have known that they were doing this within that capture zone.
Madam Chair, Representative, during the wellhead protection has only become a state requirement since 1997, and so there was no such program in the 50s and 60s when those city wells would have been installed initially, and so there probably was no awareness, at least not to the level that we have today, that those fields could have been a problem.
And Madam Chair, can private citizens assign a wellhead protection area around their wells?
Madam Chair, Representative, no, there is no mechanism for private well owners to establish their own protection areas.
And Madam Chair, what we're seeing on the graph then, it really kind of does represent what Mr. Montgomery was saying. The first few years here, it stayed down at a low level of 3, and something happened that it's on a constant trajectory upward now. If you were to estimate the ability to turn that around, give me a sense of the opportunity. Are they stuck with this $2 million treatment system?
Madam Chair, Representative, the city has committed to going ahead with the deep wells and the treatment system, which they're estimating will total about $3 million in capital expense. As to your question of whether the situation is likely to turn around in terms of nitrate concentrations, I think there's potential. As you can see, it's taken a long time to get up to 10 milligrams per liter or over that threshold. And I think that it could potentially be reversed, but I think it would take potentially an equally long time period because, as you can see, these wellhead protection areas are generated based on time of travel. So the capture zones for the wells go out into those fields, but it takes, maybe 5 to 10 years for the water, once it gets in the aquifer, to actually be captured by the wells. And that doesn't account for water moving from the land surface down into the aquifer. So cumulatively, you might make a change at the land surface, but not see any change in the water quality at the city wells for perhaps 10 or 20 years.
So, Madam Chair, it's a legacy problem in one regard. But additionally, Mr. Montgomery said that the losses of nitrogen under these types of crops, I think he said anywhere from 20 to much higher pounds per acre per year. So can we get there and still have potato crops?
Madam Chair, Representative, as Mr. Montgomery mentioned, some of the growers in the Park Rapids area are experimenting with alternate crops. And so that's a relatively new development, and it's possible that they will have an impact on the nitrate levels going forward.
And Madam Chair, a question about the water treatment costs. Who pays for that?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, that's being paid for by the city of Park Rapids through increases in water rates, I assume, through low-interest loans. Our Drinking Water Revolving Loan Fund contributed some of that money.
And Madam Chair, there's no process for the polluter paying in this instance, as far as you know.
Madam Chair, Representative, that's correct.
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask some questions of the Ag Department, if I can.
Yeah, I think we're going to be very careful now on time, so it just,
Real quickly,
because I have
thank you.
3 more people on the agenda, and we really do need to go to the commissioner. So if we could have some real quick questions here.
Really quickly, I'd like to make an observation that they talked about the high level of management that was taken by the potato growers, but it's my expectation that that high level of management is for their profitability, not environmental protections. That's what people do in business. My question is about the other chemicals, the pesticides that they use. I read that nicotinoid pesticides, those that are implicated in pollinator loss, are commonly used in chemigation. So have we assessed the impact of those types of pesticides throughout this 50 or 60,000 acres of potato growing? Is it affecting the blueberries up there or whoever else is working in that area?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Joe Zachman. I'm a research scientist with the Department of Agriculture. We are monitoring for neonicotinoid pesticides throughout the state in our surface and groundwater monitoring program. We have not seen neonicotinoid pesticides in our water samples from surface water or groundwater to any significant degree.
That wasn't my question. It was about the impact on nearby pollinators. Like I said, they've been implicated in those bees and things that feed on the plants that have been treated with that are impaired or died, and that can be a regional problem. We heard at LCCMR from a beekeeper that lost 68% of his colony in a year.
I apologize, Madam Chair, Mr. Groberg. Neonicotinoids do indeed or have been implicated in impacts on pollinators and bees. Bee kill investigations that the Department of Agriculture has conducted have detected neonicotinoid pesticides associated with samples. The use of neonicotinoid pesticides in potato production is not, to my knowledge, a significant concern. The concern is more with the with the corn and soybean crops that are grown in rotation with potatoes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The hearing's gotten quite interesting. I'm wondering if I could maybe start with Mr. I have questions for 3 different testifiers. Mr. Montgomery from the Department of Ag. Mr. Montgomery, I'm wondering if you could mention a couple of things. I live down in the Hastings area. It's an area actually where we have potatoes, and the way I remember it when I was younger, they used to say, oh, you only grow potatoes every other year because they would have to put a different crop in the other year. And then all of a sudden I noticed that they've gone to now every 3rd year, it seemed like, and that's what I remember in some land that was next to our nursery. They were every 3rd year. And is that current practice today, every 2 or 3? I heard the Department of Health say this land is used exclusively for potatoes. I'm assuming Mr. Walsh knew that when he testified that this land is going to be used exclusively for potatoes. Is this a new production that these 1,400 acres are going to be in potatoes every year?
Madam Chair and Committee, the standard rotation in most of our potato crops is generally a 3-year rotation. With the russet Burbanks, it's not uncommon for soybean, edible beans, corn, and then potatoes. The thing I want you to keep in mind with this expansion, and I'm talking with the RDO staff here, and some of them are here today, and if you've got specific questions on how to grow potatoes, these are some of the world's finest agronomists in that area. But what they're trying to do is actually expand it to a 4-year rotation. In discussing this with RDO, they are not planning on increasing production. The Park Rapids plant can only handle so many potatoes. So part of the concept here with the expansion, the way it's been explained to me, is that that will give them another year in the rotation. From an agronomist point of view, that's a very positive thing. That means we can get by with less inputs, particularly in terms of fungicides and insecticides, and it gives them more flexibility. Additionally, because of the pressures in our source water protection areas, RDO has done a good job. In some areas, they've just decided to not do as much production in those areas because it's so difficult to protect water quality. So these acres have to go somewhere. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Montgomery, my understanding, I'm not sure if they have the same kind, but in our area, the pivot generally serves 137 of the 160 acres, if it's a quarter section. Then will they put like corn or beans on the corners of these pivots in this area, or what are the other 23 acres on a 160 put into? You know the plan on this land?
I have had discussions with RDO on what they're planning to do, and what they typically would do up in this area of the state is that they do not put corner savers on those pivots. They actually plant those back into trees. And they've done this in many of the counties in Otter Tail, Wadena, Hubbard, other sites that I have had the experience to take a look at. So rather than trying to do that, a lot of times what we end up with is because of water stress on these corners. And one thing I really want to emphasize, there is some huge environmental benefits of irrigation. Water stress is a huge problem in this state. If you look at the last 2 years, we've ran out of water in August and September. And what we saw on the tour a couple weeks ago is we've seen a lot of dry land just literally go in the tank. And from an environmental point of view, that's a real problem, because now we've got a lot of carryover that's going to eventually end up below the root zone when we eventually recharge, and we're going to lose that nitrogen. What irrigation does, because it eliminates water stress, and if it's done correctly, and I got to emphasize done correctly, we use the right tools, it actually can be an environmental benefit. Our highest use efficiencies in our production are under irrigated systems, or production, for that very reason. We had a question, I hope I can just jump back to one of the questions we had about drip irrigation before. There has been some research done in Minnesota by Dr. Satish Gupta and Carl Rosen, where they use buried drip line. The problem with potato production and drip line is you literally have to destroy that drip line at the end of the season to lift those potatoes. So unlike a lot of arid countries, like growing plantations and citrus trees where drip irrigation works, this does not work well in irrigated production under our systems. Maybe eventually that there will be some type of drip line that biodegrades safely, but through the use of low-pressure system, drop nozzles, the technology in irrigation and irrigation pivots is phenomenal. I mean, it's way different than it was 20 years ago. And to accurately put water where it's needed and reducing drift, I mean, we've made very significant increases over the last couple of decades in that technology.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I had a couple of questions. I believe Mr. Jacobson was from DNR.
Would you mind if I just ask him a question for efficiency?
I don't mind. You're the chair, ma'am.
And then you can go right back. The Pollution Control Agency was raising questions and asking for an EIS on systemic pesticides. And I'm not sure that I heard a clear answer. Here's the question, and we can get it back later. Do potatoes use systemic pesticides?
I would not want to try to answer that question.
Okay, well, then we'll let, I'll just put it on.
But we do have experts in the room that can do that for us.
Okay, I'll put it on the table and somebody else can answer it later, because you do have the, and then if you are growing potatoes after corn and soybeans, which do use systemic pesticides. Do the potatoes take them up? So that would be my question for later. But now it's your turn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Jacobson, I think I caught it. Did you say you were with the Division of Fish and Wildlife?
Madam Chair and Representative, yes.
And Mr. Jacobson, were you on the tour? I'm no longer an LCCMR member, but were you on the tour when the LCCMR toured this land in Cass County?
Madam Chair and Representative, yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Yeah, and I believe this handout that we got, Protecting Pineland, Sands, Forests, and Aquatic Habitats, was the one you presented. You've got a picture on the cover of a forested area, and you've got 5 different pictures on the second page of forested area. Are any of them of the area that you actually were talking about? They look like a mature pine forest and a pine plantation, maybe a jack pine plantation, and then a ATV trail. Are any of these on the second page of the land?
Madam Chair and Representative, do you mean the 2-page handout that we gave at the LCCMR tour?
No, the one you gave to the committee today that you talked about.
I did not put that PowerPoint together. I don't think so. The land in question is real flat. The jack pines are typically the native pine trees, so I don't think those pictures came from that area. I think probably the most typical type of forests that you see in that area are on the middle picture there and the bottom 2, flat, sandy soil, jack pine. That's a pretty typical forest for that area.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Jacobson, I know you're not a forester, though I do know that forestry is here in the room. So the jack pine is representative of what was there, is that what you said?
Madam Chair and Representative, yes, I believe a lot of that land is a sandy outwash plain, very flat, very sandy. Historically had fire go through it. Jack pine is one of the key pine trees that grows on that land. The slide below looks like a red pine plantation, which also grows very well on those kind of lands.
But, Madam Chair, Mr. Jacobson, my question is, was this land either a jack pine or a Norway pine plantation? And I think you're saying it's typical, but we have a picture of the land, I believe, with a bulldozer on it that looks like a aspen forest, scrubland forest land. Is this photo that I'm looking at not actually the land that you saw in potatoes?
Madam Chair and Representative, I believe you're talking about the 2-page handout that was given at LCCMR. That picture is from this area. It looks like it's lost a lot of resolution over copying, but what that is a newly planted red pine plantation that got bulldozed up and put into a field.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Jacobson, so the land that was there, did Potlatch or the farmer, when you were on the tour, tell you why they were planting the potatoes you observed there? What did they say on the tour about what was happening with the conversion that was going on?
Madam Chair and Representative, I don't believe anybody that was a landowner was there on the tour. That I know.
Mr. Jacobson, my questions for you, I think, just changed. Madam Chair, I believe you're the chair of the LCCMR. Did you actually tour this land of formerly Potlatch and now someone else's land, and neither of them were there? Were they invited and declined to come?
I have no idea the answer to your question, Representative McNamara. I just went on a tour, and this is what happened. So I wasn't part of setting it up at all. I didn't know where we were going to land. This was a surprise to me.
So we're actually talking about a tour of someone's land and the practices to change from a crop of trees to, I've heard testimony, a 4-year rotation now than the historic 2 or 3 year, with irrigation practices and cover crop practices that we're trying to encourage by the Department of Ag's testimony, which I don't even see that they were on the list of people that were there when we looked at ag land, and the people that used to own the land, that sold the land to the new landowner, were not there, and the chair that toured it didn't know that those people weren't going to be there, and now we've had a hearing to talk about this. Seriously. What are we trying to do, and what is the agenda today? That we have on the agenda the Department of Health, who said that we exclusively are going to use it for potatoes, when actually it's not even in potatoes today. It's in a soybean field that had the application for the well permit before July 1st, but they're not getting water, though Mr. Broberg alleged that water levels will be drawn down every day. When Mr. Broberg, the farmers that I talked to both in Washington County and Dakota County, and the records are in the DNR, that they have had the well since the 70s, and the water level this year is higher than the 70s. And I will gladly give you both of their farmers' names, and you can go talk to them and find out if it's true. So I don't think we should be here testifying that water levels will be drawn down every day when the historical data is not true. The Department of Health should not be talking about crop rotation that's exclusively potatoes, when the Department of Ag testified that it's actually buying this ground so we can be less intensive in the use of potatoes and go to a 4-year rotation. Madam Chair, what's the agenda today? I noticed that there's future people going to testify about the same thing that I attended a hearing in 2007, and I believe it was Wadena, then by Chair Karen Clark, about the use of, I want to say dream catchers, but that's a Native American thing that it's not, drift catchers, and their practice, which has no science base. And these testifiers are new to the agenda and are not posted anywhere online. What are we trying to accomplish?
We had a tour with LCCMR. We heard some testimony that was quiet, private. This is a conversation we're having with Minnesotans. We're just putting facts on the table. And I think maybe it would be helpful if we have 2 more people who have questions, and then we will have Commissioner Frederickson come up and chat with us, and that would be helpful for you.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Excuse me, I have a list here. Representative Hansen, Representative Keel, and then if you would like, but I do think we need to move to the Commissioner.
Madam Chair, can I address Mr. Mack?
No. Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I had a question for Mr. Montgomery and Mr. Zachman, who, for full disclosure, I used to work with. So, and my memory is a little rusty, so I'm, Madam Chair and Mr. Montgomery, I would agree with you that potato production has a very high level of management. And what I'm trying to remember is on the chemigation permits. Is a permit provided to the one landowner, or is it provided to one tract that may have multiple irrigation where there's chemigation occurring?
Madam Chair and Representative Hansen, I'm not going to be able to answer that question for you, unfortunately, but we can get an answer for you.
Madam Chair, and just I'm trying to see if we have a, we often think of one landowner the traditional used to be 160 acres, but it may be 1,000 acres. If the permit goes to one landowner, or if it's individual tracts that may be contiguous. And then, Madam Chair, on the fertigation specifically, is it like the fertilizer that's provided along with the irrigation, is a best management practice to account for any nitrate that's in the water, in the groundwater, to begin with before you turn on the fertigation?
Madam Chair and Representative Hansen, absolutely. In the potato BMPs, we do go through an accounting process. And in areas where we are finding elevated nitrates, and let's use the example, we have a well that's running 40 parts per million nitrate nitrogen. That means for every inch of water we put on, there's roughly 10 pounds of nitrogen in that water. So during the grain filling process of corn, for example, we absolutely encourage growers to take that credit, because that could be a 40 to 50 pound credit. And hopefully we never get to that stage, but we have had irrigation clinic testing done in Dakota County, for example. And in several situations we have found some wells that were quite high, and gave the grower a great opportunity to take those credits. So again, the BMPs are very comprehensive. We take credits for past crop. We take credit for the irrigation water. There's lots and lots of science in here. And I would like to point out one other fact. Just in the last few years, there's been an enormous increase in fertilizer research, soil fertility research through the AFRAC, our 40-cent a ton dedicated fee. And we have seen an enormous increase, particularly with the corn growers, and trying to research this type of stuff. So there's lots of work to do yet, but we are in a much better position than we ever had to try to address some of these management issues and the associated research that needs to go with them.
And Madam Chair, to follow up, so with the fertigation, is it a 28% or a 32% liquid nitrogen that's applied through the irrigation system?
Madam Chair and Representative Hansen, absolutely. UAN is a common form, 28% to 32%. Liquid nitrogen injected into the system. Obviously, the permit requires 2 safety valves to make sure it's done right in case of electrical shutdown, so there's no back siphoning into the well. But it gives the opportunity to teaspoon 30 to 40 pounds on each application. So again, using some real-time information, whether it be aerial photography, green seeker technology, there's different tools for different crops out there, but it gives the irrigator the opportunity to teaspoon nitrogen on in incremental doses.
And Madam Chair, is that temporary storage, or is there a containment facility if you're bringing on the liquid at the time of application, or is there a pad, or is it brought in a contained truck? I'm looking at the general practice here, and the purpose of these questions is to look to see about point sources. If we have an accident, if we have containment, if we prevent back siphoning, those type of issues, and separating out an incident from normal use, if you follow my questions.
Madam Chair and Representative Hansen, I'm not the one to answer the safety requirements. We do have some staff here that could answer that, and we'll get back to you on that. Thank you.
And then, Madam Chair, just maybe you can't answer this, Bruce, but inspections, we have the field staff that, with a chemigation permit, how often do they inspect those chemigation systems?
Madam Chair and Representative Hansen, I'm not in a position to answer that for you, but again, we've got some experts here, and we'll gladly get that back to you.
Well, I was trying to get your questions, and I didn't get one to Joe, so maybe somebody else.
He's here for the donuts.
I think we need to move on. We're going to have
Madam Chair, I got a follow-up.
I get you are going to be after Representative Keel, and then you will be next, and then we will go to the commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make this really quick. Department of Agriculture. We talked about the 9 milligram. How much of that was from ag, nitrates from ag, and how much of it is actually natural? And then I'll ask the second question. Then what is the, I believe you may have explained this, but what is the uptake of the nitrogen applied? And I know that's variable, so.
Madam Chair, which crop are you referring to?
I would say the potatoes and probably even, well, would you know what happened before, what the ground tested at before?
Madam Chair and Representative, I'm not quite sure I understand your question fully. Are you asking about physiological nitrogen uptake during the season? Or I guess I'm not quite following your question.
I have to explain. It's from my colleague, Dan Fabian, who is watching us up north. So I'm reading his question, but I would say it's from the land that how much in the nitrates would be in the ground that is taken by agriculture, and how much is just naturally there.
Madam Chair and Committee, I'm not, again, quite sure I follow you. If we're trying to determine what are the baseline or the background concentrations in the central part of the state prior to agricultural activities, I think that question's been answered already, and those numbers tend to be extraordinarily low. I think we heard numbers before, even below detection limits, which is like 0.05 milligrams per liter. So we have areas of the state where we are not seeing any man-impact nitrates whatsoever.
Representative Hamilton, this is the last question.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And it was a follow-up to Representative McNamara. Madam Chair, you were claiming complete ignorance over the LCCMR stop, and the landowners didn't know anything about it as well. I was wondering if Susan Thornton could come down and just testify how that was placed on the agenda, and if there's complete ignorance all the way around, why is LCCMR members invited to the table, and why are we having this discussion? And the second part of my question is, here we're having an agriculture hearing right in the middle of harvest, and if we want farmers to come and testify, this isn't the opportune time to be holding a hearing. So if we could have Ms. Susan Thornton to come down and comment on that, please.
If she would like to, I think we're diverging a lot here, and I do want to make sure the Commissioner gets a chance to testify.
Madam Chair, Susan Thornton with the LCCMR staff. Thank you, Representative Hamilton. On the site visit, we worked with Cass County when we're up in an area and said, what are some of your local issues to talk about? And in working with them and working with the agencies to have discussions on the road. We were on the road. We were not on private land. We were on the road. Potlatch was aware of the tour. I'm trying to remember your other questions.
So my other question was towards the chair. So no, I was wondering if you could explain how this came about. Everybody's claiming complete ignorance, so I was hoping you could shed some light on it.
Madam Chair, Representative Hamilton, and members, yes, we as staff worked very hard on this. Again, the local issue raised with us was conversion of forested lands to So that's what we were looking at, and looking at potential what are environmental consequences of that. We had John Ringley there with us, who's the Environmental Services Director for Cass County, as well as a number of agency people. There was a miscommunication with Department of Agriculture. Department of Agriculture was not there. We've worked with Department of Ag, and we are committed to having a follow-up to that site visit. We weren't able to do it on September 18th because Department of Ag was out doing their listening sessions, and that was the date we'd hoped to do it. So it is on the list, and we're in communication with all of them.
We can have one last question that's teeny, but I really want to get to the Commissioner. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to make this very brief.
Ms. Thornton, typically on an LCCMR tour, we're looking at either projects that were implemented, I'm sorry, I lost my question, projects that have been implemented and we're observing what's happened with the investment of our funds, or looking at projects that maybe you applied for. Does either of those scenarios apply in this case?
Madam Chair, Representative Torkelson, yes. We have provided Cass County with dollars for easements that they've been using, as well as Representative Hansen mentioned, dollars for from the Outdoor Heritage Fund to Cass County. And so that was the other thing we were talking with Cass County about, is what they felt were some of the needs potentially in their area for land protection and water protection. So it's kind of a combination. What are issues coming out there on the forefront, and then also what are some things that have been funded or potentially might be funded, or the Commission might wish to consider putting in your next request, in their next request for proposal.
Thank you. Commissioner, welcome. I've seen you sitting up there, and I've wanted to invite you down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a delight to be at the committee in such a low-level issue as land use and water management. Great to be here today. I watched the entire proceedings yesterday, and I appreciated all of the folks that took the time to participate. And again, thanks for asking me to come over and talk to you, but I have two hats, and I didn't realize that the Ag Commissioner hat would be on so much this morning. But my real purpose for being here is the fact that I serve in my other line of toil as the chair of the Environmental Quality Board. And of course, we all are familiar with the EQB and the role that it has had, and the ramped-up role that we are having as we move forward over the next couple of years. Again, thank you, Madam Chair, for the invitation to be here. Yesterday, you heard about several new reports from state agencies and from producers and ag industry representatives about their engagement in water management on ag land. This is not a simple solution or situation. A lot of complex factors play into water management on the landscape. It's important to remember, and it certainly bears repeating, that Minnesota is a geographically diverse state, and that means that water management cannot be a one-size-fits-all across the entire state. State agencies have water responsibilities. With water responsibilities, work well together. In recent years, we have fostered stronger lines of communication, coordination, and strategic thinking about these important issues. The goal of the governor has been to bring state agencies together and to spend time together trying to understand problems that affect all of the residents of Minnesota, and I believe that we are moving to accomplish that, particularly from an EQB perspective. Our goal has been to utilize resources with more coordination for better results, and some of those results are coming to fruition. One of the classic examples, I believe, is ag water quality certification, a program led by the Department of Agriculture in coordination with all water agencies. It is a voluntary program built on a customized water management approach. The opposite of one-size-fits-all. Ag water quality certification brings an individualized approach to each farm, and I appreciated Warren Formo's comments yesterday as he came before the committee, and at one point referenced the fact that what we need across the landscape is individualized farm plans in terms of water management. Bowser's one watershed, one plan is again another example of coordination on water management issues. And as you've just heard from MPCA this morning, the Clean Water Roadmap is again another effort to coordinate and communicate water management strategies. Minnesota is very fortunate to have the legacy clean water resources to make these efforts possible. I spend time with other states, other commissioners of agriculture, particularly up and down the Mississippi River. And let me say how envious they are of Minnesota that we have, in fact, dedicated resources to address the issues that we're talking about here today. So what's the role of the Environmental Quality Board? The EQB has statutory authority to coordinate groundwater protection activities under Chapter 103. This is an important function of EQB. It allows us to look at complex problems like water management from a multi-perspective approach. And let me say that back in my days as a state legislator, I used to take a statute book home, Paul, every once in a while. And last night I lugged 2 of them home for my evening reading, and it happened to be 116 and 103. And let me tell you, it was not a pretty sight trying to struggle through those chapters last night to understand the responsibilities that the Environmental Quality Board has and also the responsibilities that we have under clean water legislation that go back to 1989. The EQB and the state water agencies will continue to coordinate our work. For example, for the last year, the Environmental Quality Board has been discussing its strategic role and working with the Governor's Institute on Community Design, the GICD. The results of that process is that the Environmental Quality Board will be looking at water issues and climate change adaptation issues as we move forward. First of all, let me thank you for the legislature for enhancing the Environmental Quality Board with additional resources and additional staff. We have Will Seifert here today, who is our new Executive Director of the Environmental Quality Board, and we're looking for good work and good things out of him. With that, I want to again thank you, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions that you might have.
Well, thank you for coming. You set the example. I don't know whether any of the rest of us can take home 116B and 103, but I think we should. Questions?
It's a great read. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I recognize that blue book.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for coming forward. And thank you previously to Ms. Gauthier and Mr. Montgomery, because they've given great clarification and greater depth to what the issue is. And, you know, it isn't just a one view of the world. There are certainly multiple views. But a question that I have is just agriculture is important in the state, and the growth of agriculture is extremely important, and the sustainability of it. And maybe this is a question that is not so much in actual how can you say this, but maybe more philosophically. But I'm wondering about the advancement of agriculture, and as we are looking to go further north or to other areas that maybe we previously haven't done, how do you see that growth potential based with what can be some environmental concerns? How do you see us being able to advance that and work through what seems to be some some issues that could really be roadblocks?
Well, I think, Madam Chair and Representative Poppe, I think that productivity is a big issue, and profitability is a big issue for farmers. And I farmed during the years when profitability wasn't even on the table. We struggled, and so this is an opportunity for farmers to actually make some money, maybe in some cases the first time in their career. And so I understand what drives production. I believe Mr. Broberg made a comment that it is profitability, and that's not a bad thing. That's what people do. So I think it's incumbent on us to work with landowners, to work with commodity groups, to work with farm organizations, to move toward a voluntary approach. And that's what we are trying to address under Ag Water Quality Certification Program. I think it's an excellent program that we will utilize a very measurable tool. And I know that many members are concerned about measurement, and I am. By which yardstick shall we measure progress? The mission of the Department of Agriculture is threefold, but two of those areas are productivity and protecting the environment. And so we have a multiple approach to the Department of Ag. We have to take into consideration all aspects. It's a difficult balance to attain. Can we maintain profitability and still at the same time protect environment? And our hope is that we can, and certainly through a voluntary approach that we have established right now.
I don't see any other questions. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I don't take questions from you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner, back in 1989, I think...
Yes, I voted for the bill.
You voted for the bill, and that bill was a voluntary approach. So we've had the voluntary approach since 1989.
Mm-hmm.
We've spent millions of dollars of public money on it. And I think, we want a productive agriculture, and we want a productive economy beyond agriculture as well. The question is, when some have a regulatory responsibility, the cities where my taxpayers have to pay to meet those goals without choice, how, after when do we reach a point where some practices have a different approach applied to them to discourage their use? And I'm just talking very general here, because we have 20 years more of massive $100 million a year public funding on top of the existing funding that we had. How do we get to, or is it just more of the same for the rest of our lives? Frankly, for the rest of our lives, do we just keep doing what we've been doing?
Well, Madam Chair and Representative Hansen, my dad used to say, you're never wrong about how you feel, and I fully understand that and appreciate that. I feel that we're not at the end yet in terms of a voluntary approach.
Madam Chair and Commissioner, we may be at the end of the money at some point. So then if the public doesn't subsidize the management practices, then and that's what's happening at the federal level right now. Right now, there is no compliance requirement when there is no farm bill. So without the public involvement, do people still implement the practices because they're good for the bottom line and good for the environment?
Well, I guess that's yet to be seen. Our hope with the Minnesota Ag Water Quality Program is that there will be adoption and that we will be able to make a significant difference at the end of the next 3-year period of time. So at least give us that much time.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Hansen, we need to recognize the good work that the farmers have done over the last, 40-plus decades. You take a look, whether it's pork production, beef production, dairy production, lowering our carbon footprint, using less natural resources. There's a tremendous amount of strides that agriculture has done. And during these conversations, we always forget about that. The good old days, they weren't that good. And, we criticize farmers for trying to make a profit. If you want to farm and not make a profit, it's called gardening. You can do that. But like I said, the good old days weren't that good. But I can give you example after example of where farmers have reduced carbon footprint and reduce runoff and everything else. And so we have to recognize the good work that they've done and not continue to criticize them.
Obviously, wanting to open up some discussions here, and I think Representative Falk is next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess maybe to the Commissioner, which I know he probably doesn't want to answer any questions from me either, but that's a different topic.
Why, Madam Chair, why would you say that?
Oh, it's that whole Murdoch history. But I'm just thinking, Representative Hansen brought up a point where, maybe we should just do away with all the kind of the public cost aspects of, paying for whether it's protection or residual cleanup or whatever, and just, if there's a problem created, let the private landowner, pay their full freight. Let them, it seems like right now we have a situation where we're putting a lot of public resources in to provide, whether it's liability protection or whether it's different types of enhancement, cleanup, restoration, and maybe we just do away with those public inputs and let the landowner or the operator pay the full freight. That may be a discussion we have to have, because we don't have limitless resources, and if this is profitable, perhaps that entity operator should be just bearing the full cost of their actions. It's maybe a different paradigm, but it's something that if we're not willing to put the public dollars in or to have certain rules, then let the private operator bear full responsibility for their actions.
Madam Chair and Representative Falk, that's an option, obviously. And again, I go back to our Minnesota Ag Water Quality Program. All of these options are hanging out there, and I really truly believe that Minnesota farmers understand that. You're having a discussion here today, which I think is an important discussion. I think that the whole concept of a voluntary program is appealing to farmers, particularly when we will be able to take into consideration existing practices that they already do, similar to CSP at the federal level. And at the end of the process of determining best management practices on their farm, we'll have a scorecard. And that scorecard will give us a metric, and we'll be able to work from that metric. So I still think that farmers are looking increasingly toward more involvement with practices and programs on the land that reduce significant impact to watersheds. But you're right, that is an option.
Representative Kahn, did you have a question? Actually, to Representative Hamilton, which was specifically to ask him, did he prefer to go back to the days when there were no government subsidies for agriculture? Is that a good, yes, is that a good model for you? When you said that non-profitable agriculture is called gardening, so I just checked on that.
And, on a couple comments. One is, when you talk about government subsidies and the cheap food prices, the people that benefit from that are the consumers, more so than the farmers. And if you want to put all the, going back to Representative Falk, I want you to think about something. If you want to force consolidation, that's probably the quickest way to do it. Who is, if you want to take livestock production, who is mandated by law to be 100% in compliance with all the rules and regulations of the state of Minnesota, and who is exempt? And the individuals that are exempt, why are they exempt? It's because of the cost to these farmers in order to bring them up into compliance. And so if you automatically do that, let's think about what can be the repercussions, the unintended consequences. And one of them potentially could be a vast increase in consolidation. When you take a look at some of the large farms around there, when they've got 8 agronomists on staff, an environmental compliance officer hired from the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency to make sure that they're 100% in compliance with all the rules and regulations, with precision agriculture and stuff like that. Let's be careful. Let's think it all the way through.
I think we're going to have just 2 follow-up, 3. I'm trying to move us along, guys, and it's not working. Representative Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Hamilton, I agree with you that there have been tremendous strides made in agriculture. I think it's, and I don't think I was criticizing agriculture. I think that what we need to recognize is all these folks that are here and at the university that have been providing the new technology, whether it was variable rate technology, whether it's the tools that the potato growers or the corn growers or the livestock industry, they're coming from the public dollar. We're funding those. We're funding those in this committee, and we're funding them in the Higher Education Committee, and we're funding them through outdoor heritage and clean water. So there's a public investment into the research. There's a public investment into the cost share. There's a public investment into probably half the folks in the room to be here to work on that. And I think Minnesotans have been willing to pay that because we've been willing to invest in research and hope that the best available science will help us get through things. We've done that in agriculture, forestry, mining, everything. I think the challenge we have is what if the research won't give us a path? What if the changes that we're seeing are beyond what we've been able to deal with? And then what if the money doesn't cover it at the end? And I think that's the question that's in front of us. And I think most people would agree if there are bad actors, we need to penalize them. And if there are point sources, if there are spills, we've done a good effort trying to minimize them. And the accidents are still going to happen. But as we see changes in production or changes in practices, whether they're business practices or in the field or in the woods, how do as government we adapt to that? And that's something that's in front of us and will be in front of future people at this table. And that's what we have to grapple with because we have to decide where to put the money and how do we achieve things. So I hope we're on agreement on those things, and I think that's something, and I want to recognize the folks who have been sitting here patiently because I used to work with a lot of them. They've been out there, they're very dedicated, and they're working for Minnesota. And that data that they bring us, we have to then kind of sort through and digest and say, well, with limited dollars, what do we do? And that's where I'm coming from.
Representative Purcell, Representative Falk, and then we are going to move on to public testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Because one of my counties that I represent is kind of in the middle of this, Cass County, I thought I wanted to say a word or two here. They're concerned about ag in the sand plains. I mean, it's not insignificant, and you all know. And I know Representative McNamara up there and also Winnemucee, we're right up there in that area too. And we want walleye to fish, and so it's not either or. I don't see it as this situation as whether it's ag or tourism. It's both. We want both. We can have both. They're growing beans and corn up my area. Never before. I mean, there's new things happening. I don't know if it's all climate change or what's going on. Different varieties and all that, but. So we have to figure out how to manage it. That's where I'm coming from. And it is of concern in our sand plain. One of the things I learned on the farm, you all know it too. We had a feedlot set up on a hill. Windmill pumping water up to the cistern was down below that feedlot. Couldn't use that water anymore because of the nitrates in that well. And this stuff can happen. We just have to figure out how to not let it happen in these areas. So I think it's a matter of just working together and getting all of these water quality objectives. We had PCA, Department of Ag, Health Department, all coming. If we can bring these together, Commissioner, as you have alluded to and are endeavoring to do, and get everybody in the room talking together about how do we achieve these objectives. How do we have our tourism industry in Minnesota, walleye fisher. We don't want just bullheads for crying out loud. I mean, some people like bullheads. Yeah, they're okay once in a while, but we want to fish walleye. What do people come up to Cass and Winnie and Leech Lake to fish? Not bullheads. So we need to protect that water quality and grow enough food to feed people. You betcha. And I'll offer to you. We need to teach a few people how to fish too, not just give them a fish every now and again. So, and the value of fresh vegetables, all those things. I mean, I was quite astounded. One final comment, if I can, Madam Chair. I was taken aback. On the radio, I heard this program, and it's public radio, so I pretty much believe what they say. They don't lie too much, but talking about doctors in New York City prescribing fresh vegetables. People need good food, not just any food. They need good food. So let's work at that.
Well, Representative, or Madam Chair and Representative Purcell, I commit to working at that. I mean, as I sit here and listen to this whole discussion, I'm reminded of the EQB and the process that you, members of the legislature, and the Environmental Quality Board is going through now, and that is with the issue of silica sand mining. And it seems as though the responsibility that the Environmental Quality Board has, both statutorily and I think morally, is to take a look at these larger issues from a much broader perspective. And I appreciate, Madam Chairman, Madam Chairperson, the courage that you have to put these issues on the table. I'm reminded of Carol Bly, author from Madison, Minnesota, who in one of her books talked about the needs for communities to have what she called enemy night. Bring them all together and hammer it out. And so I appreciate the fact that you're willing to do that today. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Representative Volk,
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And it was kind of a comment, too, that, you can speculate about, anything happening, forcing consolidation, this, that, but in reality here, we have to acknowledge, farmers are altruistic. We want to pass land on better to the next generation. I learned that from my grandfather, that we're stewards of the land. In reality here, we have a problem, and we have to acknowledge that. We know it, we've got the data, so what do we do to figure it out? And to continue to say that, we're doing everything great, even though we may believe that, but we're not getting the results we want to get, means that we have to look at different practices, different ways of doing things. We have to acknowledge we have to change. And that right there is one of the hardest things that I think we're seeing, and there's resistance to that. But if we truly want to pass land on in better condition than we've received it or than I received it, I have to go and look at how I'm operating and figure out ways to change. And it can't just be me. We have to do this with everybody across the state because we have a problem. We have to acknowledge it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
When we posted public testimony, the folks on the list are in the order that they signed up. That's how we did this. We got an email from RDO Offutt, or their representatives asking to be on the list to testify. Now I understand they've chosen not to, and that's fine. So we have 4 then folks, and as you come up, remember that, I don't know who the folks are, but remember that it's almost lunchtime, and life is better if you're quick. So with that, I have Linda Wells, who is Associate Organizing Director of Pesticide Action Network.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'll be brief. My name is Linda Wells. I'm the Associate Organizing Director at Pesticide Action Network of North America. We're a nonprofit that focuses on reducing exposure to toxic pesticides. I am here today because we've been particularly interested in pesticides drifting from potato fields in Minnesota. A report that we released last year that's taken from data from 2006 to 2009 in the potato producing region in Minnesota. I submitted to Cass County. I brought a copy of it with me today, and the focus of that report is the fungicide chlorothalonil, which of 340 samples that we took with our drift catcher technology, it was found in 64%. And to be clear, what that means is not that that's a reflection of what's going on overall in the whole region. The sites where we sampled were sites where small farmers or community members were concerned that they were facing pesticide drift. So it is a scientifically robust process. The methodology has been accepted by state agencies in multiple states, and it's based off of the California EPA methodology that's used in that state where it was developed. So what we concluded in the report is that chlorothalonil is drifting on a regular basis. We know it's volatile. It's highly toxic pesticide when inhaled. It's a probable carcinogen listed by the EPA and a known carcinogen listed by the state of California. I know this hearing is mostly about environmental impacts, so I won't go into the health risks associated with chlorothalonil and the other pesticides we found. But the report is available on our website at PANNA.org under publications. The other thing, I did want to respond to the bees conversation. Neonicotinoids are the most highly implicated class of pesticides in colony collapse disorder, but there is new research coming out that does associate fungicides, and in particular chlorothalonil, with an increase in the gut parasite nosema, which is also connected to colony collapse disorder, which is just to say that, and also chlorothalonil is classified by the EPA as very highly toxic to fish and aquatic invertebrates, and so it is an environmental issue as well. We submitted the report to Cass County with the hope that they would do a full environmental assessment that included pesticides as well as nitrates, and so mostly that's what we're here to say today.
Thank you. Are there questions for the testifier? I don't see any questions. Thank you. Carol Ashley?
I, too, will try to be very brief. I'm from Carol Ashley from Park Rapids, Minnesota, which you've heard quite a bit about today. And I guess that's partly why I'm here, because I'm rather passionate about the issue, having lived near potato fields for about 17 years. I've witnessed over the years... Bring the
microphone just a little closer.
Lean closer?
Yes, thank you.
I've witnessed over the years the loss of woodlots, sloughs, the disappearance of bees, both native and honeybees, the reduction in the population of songbirds, the loss of frogs, and increasing pollution in our air. And I'm aware of these voluntary measures to control nitrates and to control pesticide drift. And I have a question which maybe someday someone can answer. I heard today that these BMPs were developed in 93, 94. And I'm quite sure that, from what I understand, that the Department of Ag has had test wells since the time of when Offutt began growing potatoes in Minnesota. And so I'm wondering where all that data is on nitrates, and what pesticides are they checking for in our groundwater, what breakdown products of pesticides they're checking for. And where's the human health assessment worksheet? I've been very much affected by pesticides, my health, and I was exposed by an especially strong blast in August of 2010. 3 of us were. My neighbor moved. I finally found a place to move to because it wasn't my health anymore that was being threatened. It was my life. And I know I'm not the only one. I know a lot of people are being affected, and that the effects are far-reaching. And then I want to ask, I guess I want to just say one other thing, that there's a contaminant in chlorothalonil called hexachlorobenzene. Hexachlorobenzene was canceled for pesticide use in 1984, but it's still in there. It's a neurotoxin, and some of us have had effects from some neurotoxin. Thank you.
Are there questions for members? I don't see any. Thank you very much. Norma and Don Smith from Frazee. Welcome to the committee, and thank you for driving down.
Thank you for having us. Thank you for listening to us. We are here. My name is Norma Smith, and this is my husband, Don. And we are here to tell you about our experiences with R.D. Offutt and the potato farmers. We moved to a small farm in northern Otter Tail County in 1976. In 1977, we started raising sheep, building our flock up to about 70 head. Don worked out, so it was my job to take care of them along with our 2 youngest boys. The boys helped with the chores and each year picked a lamb to raise for 4-H. Our summer vacation for many years was going to Minnesota State Fair so the boys could show their blue and purple ribbon sheep. It was a great place to raise a family. And we raised sheep there for 18 years with no problem. In 1995, potato farmers moved in and planted the half section adjacent to our property with potatoes. An airplane came every week on Saturday morning at 5:30 to spray. The plane went over the lake across the road, over our house, the hayland, and pasture where the sheep were. A strip of meander land was all that separated them. Soon that summer, we found hundreds of birds dead under the power lines. We also noticed the frogs, toads, and bees were disappearing. With all this going on, I thought surely somebody would be interested. So I called the DNR, but they didn't want anything. They weren't interested. And after we lost, I'll come back to that. The chemical chlorothalonil that used to prevent blight is hormone-based, and a half-life is 6 months. It is a possible carcinogen, very toxic to aquatic life, fertility problems, miscarriages, birth defects, and nerve damage. And on the label it says not to be used where soil is sandy and the water table is high, which is where we live. The spring of 1996, none of the ewes lambed. Our only lamb crop that year was 6 lambs that were born to replacement ewes that we kept at the barn for extra feed. That fall, when we flushed with extra grain and medication to be sure the ewes cycled. The next spring in 1997, almost all had lambs, but some were not okay. One lamb was born totally deformed, and about 15 others were born like they had pneumonia. We spent hours trying to get them some food into them, but we couldn't get it down them. That winter, one by one, they started to die. 29 of them died. And finally, Don opened one up and found the liver very discolored, a colored tan instead of a dark red, which meant that they had absorbed a lot of poison. We decided we could not go through this another year, so we sold the remaining flock and went to raising beef cows. They did not cycle during spray season either. And if they did, their heat cycle was not normal. In 2006, we found Pana, and they came with 5 drift catchers, and Don and I tested air all summer long. After the spraying season started in 2007, we learned that the chemical did not stay on the field, but volatilizes every day and goes whichever way the wind blows. We live on the north side of the field, and the wind blew from the south 66% of the time. So even though we thought if we stayed away on spray day, we were being affected. All those years we were told it was safe, and then we discovered that that was not true. This year the wind was more from the north, and it has been much better. So how has this affected us? Breathing and absorbing this is the most toxic way to be exposed. We could get sore throats, sometimes nausea. Our arms would go numb. Don's thyroid fluctuated, and both of our voices have been affected. And now, after breathing this for week after week, month after month, year after year, it's been 19 years now, and now I have a lot of nerve damage in my back and in my feet. We are very concerned about destroying forested land to raise potatoes. Aren't trees a valuable resource to our state? And is it even ethical to destroy the earth, besides what it does to our environment, our wildlife, and our health? We had no choice about this. This was done, and we had nothing to say about it. We are to be the caretakers of this earth, but aren't we well on our way to destroying it for the next generation? And we do not know about our water either. We have bought our drinking water for 18 years now. We have 2 sons with small children who love to come to the farm, but we do not want them to go through what we've had to go through. And do we sell the farm with a clear conscience? I hope you will take this seriously and listen to those of us who have lived through this. Thank you for listening to us.
I don't see any questions. I think you did a good job of explaining. Thank you very much. Justin Fay?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon now. I wrote say good morning on my little piece of paper, and it's no longer accurate. For the record, Justin Fay with the Sierra Club North Star chapter. Recognizing that I'm now literally just about the only thing standing between you all and lunchtime, I'm going to skip a good chunk of what I had planned to talk about that's already been covered today. But I do want to make just a couple of observations on kind of the last couple of days of conversation on this subject. One of the advantages I have getting to work for a national organization is that I get to hear, at least anecdotally, how other states are dealing with some of the same challenges that we have here in Minnesota. I can tell you on this issue, we are far from the only state that's wrestling with the challenge of nitrogen pollution and what to do about it. For example, Iowa, immediately to our south, this past spring had record nitrate levels in the Des Moines River. The levels they're seeing there in and around Des Moines proper are fully twice the legal limit. They're approaching 20 milligrams per liter. And that's a river, it's relevant to our conversation because that's a river that sources in Minnesota. And I think it's important to remember as we're having this conversation that all of our pollution from a pretty healthy chunk of the state flows south or north and affects other people and their quality of life, environment, and economies as well. Yesterday, you all received a briefing on the PCA's groundwater report and heard some more testimony today on the subject. The report, and I'm paraphrasing, summarized that Minnesota's shallow sand and gravel aquifers are particularly vulnerable to nitrate contamination, and specifically calls out central Minnesota as being, and the region we're talking about as being sensitive and particularly at risk. The report also found that land use patterns significantly impact nitrate pollution levels, and that the highest concentrations of nitrate pollution tend to exist in agricultural regions of the state. The kinds of land conversions that we've been talking about today are exactly the type of land use that the reports indicate are most likely to lead to nitrate contamination and are being proposed in exactly the types of locations the reports indicate are most likely to be susceptible to contamination levels that reach a level that could potentially impact human health. Unfortunately, the good science that helped teach us this is not enough to make sure that the water is going to be safe. If we want the water to be clean, we're actually going to have to make sometimes difficult decisions about how we're going to do that. And sometimes that includes, it may include continuous review of enforceable limits, making sure that we have appropriate standards in place, making sure that we have adequate monitoring of new and existing operations, and from time to time, the ability for state agencies to say no to projects that simply cannot be done in a way that is consistent with existing state law. If we don't make good decisions now, we know what the outcome is going to be. The outcome is going to be that 10 or 15 years from now, the chair of the Environment Finance Committee is going to feel the need to have informational hearings in October where we all scratch our heads and wonder why, after all the money we've spent and all the time and good work and progress, we still have a nitrogen pollution problem. And I hope that's not where we get to. With that, I'll stop there, and thank you again for the opportunity.
Any questions? I don't see any questions. Thank you. Are there any others present in the audience who wish to testify? It was not necessary to sign up, but folks did sign up. Is there someone here from McDonald's who would like to testify? I asked because I sent a letter to McDonald's and welcomed them and offered a time for them to testify. And if anybody is interested in that letter, I do have it here. I don't see anyone. So with that, I think we go on to our next subject, which is going to be number 7, an update on plastic microbeads.
Madam Chair, committee members, my name is Glenn Skuda, the Water Quality Monitoring Manager from the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, and providing this testimony in response to a question that was raised yesterday by Representative Hansen about the presence of plastic microbeads in the environment and whether the Pollution Control Agency is aware of this issue and any work the PCA is doing on it. To give a little background so folks know what we're referring to here, plastic microbeads are very small polyethylene plastic spheres, very small, under 1 millimeter in size primarily, that are used in skin cleansing products as an exfoliating or abrasive type of agent. Also used in some toothpaste for their abrasive qualities as well. Given those types of uses, those products are then put down the sink drain and ultimately end up in wastewater. And the current understanding is that these microbeads are not filtered out or trapped in by wastewater treatment plants and are continuing on into wastewater discharges into the environment. It's unknown, I think, at this point if there are other sources beyond these types of products. The brief summary is so that the presence of them in the environment really started to become known within the last year. There was a study done on the Great Lakes by a nonprofit organization out of Ohio that found the plastic microbeads in the Great Lakes. There's concern about the potential impacts that they might have on the food chain and the ecosystem in general, both physically and chemically. In response to some of those concerns that have been raised and the knowledge that these beads are showing up in the environment and not being filtered out by wastewater treatment, several major manufacturers of the products that contain these microbeads are indicating that they are planning to phase them out of their product production, some as early as by 2015, others by 2017, others have not necessarily indicated by when. At this point, the Pollution Control Agency is not performing any of its own monitoring or primary research on this issue. Rather, we're monitoring the literature and the other research going on by other organizations at this time. Given that is kind of new and emerging science on this issue, there's not a lot of information at this point, but I would be happy to provide a link to last month's issue of Chemical and Engineering News that provides a very good article with a summary of the issue and a little bit more particulars than I'll give this morning in the interest of time.
Thank you, Mr. Skuda. Representative Hanson, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Skuda, and I know we're running close on time, but is the method of detecting those microbeads a visual method under a microscope, or is it a chemical analysis?
Mr. Skuda.
Mr. Chair, representatives, the study that was done on the Great Lakes used a net with very small pore size down to a third of a millimeter to screen out in near the surface waters any of these beads that might be present. Then they're captured that way, and they are visible to the naked eye, so it's not really a chemical analysis. It's more of a visual and a count. So they did find in Lake Superior particles in the concentration about 2,400 particles per square kilometer, which was the lowest concentration of all the Great Lakes. The highest was in Lake Erie on an average of 80,000 versus the 2,400 here per square kilometer. The worst sample size showed over 600,000 particles per square kilometer, but it is a visual analysis.
Representative Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Skuda, if I realize you have staff and time issues, but if it's a visual, the agency is pulling lots of groundwater and surface water samples, doing some randomization of doing a visual analysis to see if there's any in our surface water or groundwater is not impossible.
Mr. Skuda.
Mr. Chair, representatives, yes, that it is not impossible. Thank you for acknowledging the piling on effect that we often have with monitoring of one more thing, but especially with the large river monitoring that we've begun doing this year, since we're really talking about the source primarily being wastewater treatment plants that discharge to larger rivers, it may be something that, as you indicated, as at least in some of our sampling, we could start doing a little bit of screening to see if they're showing up at all in our waters.
Representative Hanson.
Mr. Chair, and again, I don't want to assign you additional tasks, but perhaps if the agency could come forward with a plan or just on what it would take, I would think randomly checking some groundwater and surface water to see if we have a problem here would not be too difficult. But we've got some time before the session, and if the agency can maybe do some, not going out taking additional samples, but just looking at what we've got randomly, that might be helpful.
Mr. Skuda, I guess I have just a couple of questions. And first would be, do we know what types of plastics they are? Polyethylenes, polypropylenes? Just to give a little background there.
Mr. Chair, the article that I referenced refers to them as polyethylene.
And then I guess maybe you may not be able to answer this, but if you have had conversations with some of the manufacturers, did they ever indicate that, this may be a problem with this type of pollution filtering through our water treatment facilities? Or did they just not think that far ahead that this plastic is going to end up someplace?
Mr. Chair, we, the PCA, have not had that conversation with the manufacturers. I'm referring to information from the literature about this issue. And it was vague in the articles that I read as to whether the manufacturers indicated a specific reason for the discontinuation or what their process of thinking was regarding the move that they're now making to remove them from their products.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, Mr. Skuda, thank you for your time and your testimony. Up next, we have updates from the DNR on carp, water management areas, and new designs for boat launches. Mr. Meyer, you're looking well and dapper and chipper today, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, for the sake of time, we're just going to kind of run through these all together. Mr. Hirsch will be able to talk about the Asian carp issue. Jason Meckel will talk about the groundwater, and then I'll briefly cover the water access site piece.
Well, who would ever like to start, feel free to jump in.
Mr. Chairman, members, Steve Hirsch, DNR Ecological and Water Resources Director. And I think what I'll do on the Asian carp is just kind of start upstream on the Mississippi River and kind of work our way down project by project. So the first thing to update you on is the improvements to the Coon Rapids Dam. And construction started on that dam this year, actually, and we expect to complete construction next year, mainly doing structural improvements to the dam itself and also replacing the gates with a better type of gate, which is what actually controls the water level. Two key points I want to make about the Coon Rapids Dam is, first of all, it remains a fish barrier while it's under construction. It's not like it's allowing free fish passage now just because we're doing the construction. The main thing that makes it function as a fish barrier is the difference between the pool elevation and the tailwater elevation, and we are maintaining that. The second thing just to keep in mind about the Coon Rapids Dam, it's a very good fish barrier, but it is not a 100% effective fish barrier. Based on a 79-year flow record, we estimate that on average every 10 years, fish would be able to pass through there every 4 to 5 days out of every 10 years. That's an average figure. So then next stop downstream is the Upper St. Anthony Falls Lock. There is federal legislation that's currently making its way through Congress that would require that lock be closed if the average tonnage moved through the lock over a 5-year period fell below 1 million tons. And for Upper St. Anthony Falls, it's actually been below 1 million tons for quite a few years now. So the language is actually contained in the Water Resources Development Act, or WRDA for short, and it's actually passed the Senate, and it's awaiting action on the House floor. So we're not sure what the outcome of this legislation will be, but I think it's fair to say that it's made it farther than a lot of us anticipated it would have a year or so ago. So we think that it's definitely the best option to keep carp out of the upper Mississippi River watershed, or to keep Asian carp out, is to close that lock. So we're very hopeful and optimistic that the legislation continues to move forward.
Mr. Hirsch, could you repeat that one more time? You said it was the what option?
Best option.
Okay.
What I meant to say.
I just wanted to hear that again. Thank you.
It is by far and away the most surefire option for keeping carp out of the upper Mississippi River watershed would be to close that lock. Continuing downstream then to Lock and Dam 1, we are currently under contract with Smith Root to design a sweeping electric barrier at Lock and Dam 1. We've actually gotten to the point now where Smith Root has submitted what we call the 60% design submittal, and that design is currently being reviewed by a number of people in the Corps and other agencies like Fish and Wildlife Service and our own staff as well. The process there, I think most of you know, but just to reiterate in case a few of you don't, is that any installation of a deterrent barrier at the lock would require approval by the Army Corps of Engineers. They own and operate the lock, and so part of that approval process is developing this design, this detailed design, and then once that gets submitted, it formally kicks off what they refer to as their Section 408 process. So we've got the 60% design that's being reviewed right now. If we stay on track time-wise, the goal would be to have that completed around the middle of next year and submit it to the Corps so that they could run it through their chain of command and determine whether or not it's going to be approved. If it does get approved, then our goal would be to start construction when the navigation season closes a little over a year from now and have that construction completed before navigation resumes the following spring. So, let's see, there was a
Representative Hackworth.
Question.
Thank you. Can you explain what you mean by 60% design? What does that mean?
Mr. Hirsch.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Hackworth, it's, I don't know if I can give you the engineering lingo for it, but basically there's enough detail around the design now so that you can tell where the electrodes are going to be placed, what kind of voltages are going to be used, enough detail there so that people can begin to review it and make a judgment about how effective it might be, how safe it might be, and then once those comments are received, it actually helps Smith Root then take it to the next step, which is, I believe, the 90% design submittal, and then there'll be another review period before we actually have the 100% design.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Hirsch, is the Corps working today, or are they furloughed.
Mr. Hirsch.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Hansen, I don't know about the entire Corps, but the staff that are working on this right now, they emailed us when the partial federal shutdown began and indicated that they were still working, and it was kind of week by week.
Representative Hansen.
So, to your knowledge, the shutdown isn't having an impact on this process, or it's too early to tell?
Mr. Hirsch.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Hansen, it is not right now. It's too early to tell whether it will long-term or not.
Representative Hansen.
Mr. Chair and Mr. Hirsch, so we've kind of struggled with this question of what happens with electric barrier over time, and just to be clear, we're now looking at a 2015 horizon. Is that timeline, or is it?
Mr. Hirsch.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Hansen, the window of time to construct it has to be when the navigation season stops, and that generally happens in mid to late November most years, and then it starts to crank up in April of the following year. So we're not going to make the closure for this construction season, or for this navigation stoppage season. So we've moved it up to the next one, which begins a little over a year from now in late fall of 2014, and would resume in the spring of 2015 when we would hopefully have it done.
Representative Hansen.
And Mr. Chair and Mr. Hirsch, so as we move towards the fall and the winter here, we have the commercial fishermen who start going out and netting. This is generally when we've had capture of big head or silver carp. I think we changed the law 6 years ago to require reporting. Just wondering what the agency is doing, working with the commercial anglers to see what's happening, and then also what's happening with any of the eDNA testing. We haven't heard much lately on movement either of live fish. I think we saw the dead fish on the dam and the EDA. So I know you were working down the river. I'm wondering how far up the river you're seeing the fish.
Mr. Hirsch.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Hansen, so the question with regard to eDNA, I'll start there. We did a round of eDNA sampling in 2011 where we got a lot of positive hits for silver carp, some that were very suspect, one that was very suspect because it was in Square Lake, which it was done as a control. So the next year in 2012, we worked with the University of Minnesota and U.S. Geological Survey to refine that testing and use a more robust verification that's geneticists refer to as sequencing once you get your initial results. And what we found this last year in 2012 was we got all negative results, no positive hits for either silver or big head carp. A couple other things that were determined by the researchers working on this was that there still are some issues with this methodology. For example, they took a sample below the Keokuk Dam in Iowa, which is heavily infested with big head and silver carp, and they didn't get any positive hits for big head carp. So it appears like there might be an issue with false negatives for big head carp as well as potentially false positives. So the department, and I know Dr. Sorensen agrees with this assessment, came to the conclusion that for the time being, eDNA sampling isn't really a good way to determine the status of carp and where they are in the river. It really poses more questions than it answers at this point, and so we need to rely more on the actual captures, which gets to your first question about what we're doing on contracting with commercial fishing operators. We do have a contract with commercial fishing operator to go out and do periodic sampling to see if we come up with any Asian carp. Thus far, we've not seen any fish. I think far and away our best chances of seeing these fish are in the nets of commercial fishing operators that are just operating out on the river, under their own licenses. That's certainly where they show up most commonly in states to the south where they're more common. And so we do continue to closely monitor those commercial fishing catches to see if they're getting any of these fish.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to be clear then, so we're relying on the incidental catch.
Mr. Hirsch.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Hansen, yes, we think that's our best way right now of verifying the status of these carp. I think, we also have, I would point out, that we have a lot of crews that are out on the river a lot doing their own fish sampling, and the gear that they use for that is not as effective at capturing Asian carp, particularly when they're still low in abundance, but nevertheless, we do have a lot of people out there, and we do have a lot of eyes on the river. So we're fairly confident right now that these fish are still very occasional in our part of the river, that they have not established a population yet.
Representative Hackworth.
Thank you. And one more time, can you give us the time frame? We've got the 60%, 90%, 100%. When do you think that would be achieved, that we get to the 100%, granted that the federal government doesn't shut down the Corps? Can you give us that timeline again when we have the final design for the 100%? And because I believe there's no money appropriated to build anything. This is just the design phase.
Mr. Hirsch.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Hackbarth, based on our current schedule, the complete 408 submittal package, which would be both the 100% design and then the environmental review information that needs to go along with it, would be ready to submit to the Corps for final approval by June of 2014. We would actually have the 100% design submittal package that would be reviewed by DNR and the Corps and the independent review panel that has been set up by mid-May of 2014. And can I just add one thing?
Continue, Mr. Hirsch.
With regard to the funding, we do have a little over $5 million in the Lessard Sam's Outdoor Heritage Fund that is allocated for this project. And, we're going to spend some of that on the design, but there would be some dollars still in that appropriation that could be used for construction.
Representative Hackworth.
Well, that was my next question, is exactly where the money was going to come from, and if you're going to ask for additional funds to cover the whole cost before the end of the next session.
Mr. Hirsch.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Hackbarth, great question. And yes, we're really watching the cost estimates very closely on this design to see if we're going to have to do that. And you're absolutely right. In order to stay on track, if we don't have enough money in the current appropriation, we will have to ask for more.
Thank you, Mr. Hirsch.
I just had one other thing on the update that I did want to mention.
Sure, please do.
I know time is short, but I think it's important to a lot of people, and that is that people are still worried about the Minnesota and St. Croix rivers, and we are as well. The options are, of course, much more difficult and much more limited for those rivers, but we are working with Dr. Sorensen at the University of Minnesota on a proposal that he's submitted to LCCMR that we're very intrigued by, that would look at basically three things, if I can remember them. The first is manipulating the gates at the dams to increase water velocities and inhibit the passage of Asian carp. The second thing would be to do some actual research on the swim speeds of Asian carp. We've got some data now on juvenile fish that indicates to Dr. Sorensen that their swimming ability may be more ordinary than was originally thought. We originally were comparing them to salmon because their shape is similar to salmon, but he's hypothesizing that the swim speed capabilities might be a little bit more ordinary than that. So his idea is if we can manipulate these gate operations to actually maximize velocities, which currently they're manipulated to minimize velocities, which is an engineering thing because you don't like scour around your structures, and then do that in conjunction with possibly this water cannon technology at a lock. So that's the third thing. That it's not going to stop them 100%, but it could limit or slow the upstream spread of these fish. One of the things when you look at how they've spread right now is they're really common, of course, below the Keokuk Dam in Iowa, and in those next couple pools upstream, they're pretty common, but they really start to peter out pretty rapidly after that. And we don't know if that's just because they haven't had enough time or if there's something in that lock and dam system that's already inhibiting their upstream movement. So what he wants to try is to see if we can maximize that and inhibit their movement even more. So we're very intrigued by that. It's the best thing that I've seen so far that has potential to at least provide some protection to the Minnesota and St. Croix rivers. So that was all I had.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, Mr. Meckel.
Thank you. Jason Meckel, Department of Natural Resources, Section Manager in the Division of Ecological and Water Resources. Here to provide just a brief update on the groundwater management areas Certainly, we talked a lot about this during the last session, so I'm going to go through fairly quickly and then take any questions. We've identified 3 areas that we're going to go forward with, groundwater management areas to date. We've assigned 3 project managers, and we're now forming the project teams to do the work that's going to be necessary to develop those plans. The first step is to complete a situation analysis, and we're working on that in each of these 3 areas. We anticipate that to take a few months, pulling all the information that we have together, so that when we start to pull together stakeholders and a project team, we have something definitive that we can share with them about what we know to be going on in each of these areas. We anticipate this to be about a 1-year process, and we will involve stakeholders and permittees in the process and make sure they're understanding the information that we've pulled together and what the situation looks like going forward. Ultimately, what this authority does is it says the commissioner shall establish groundwater management areas, set an allocation limit, and develop a plan, and includes conservation. So what we'll be looking to develop here is a plan for implementing allocation limits if necessary, and then how those might be applied to the various permits. And that's where the stakeholder input process is going to be really helpful to understand how that would play out. And we heard lots of comments and testimony this morning that relates to that. Specifically, I wanted to update you on the one that is out of the gate first, if you will, and that is a groundwater management area in the North and East Metro. Early this summer, White Bear Lake Conservation District requested the Commissioner of DNR to designate a groundwater management area. The Commissioner responded with a letter intending to do so, and since that time we've been meeting with representatives from local stakeholders, Washington County, city administrators, various professional hydrologists, and Met Council, and we're furthest along in pulling together the situation analysis and determining what sort of a hydrogeologic boundary makes sense for that particular area of the state. The other 2 areas, I failed to mention this in my opening, is the area around Park Rapids, the Straight River, and then up in the Bonanza Valley area, where we're seeing a tremendous increase in the amount of irrigation and potential impacts to surface waters, which we've discussed previously. That's it for my update.
Thank you, Mr. Meckel. Representative Kahn, you had a question?
Yes, I guess for Commissioner Meyer, and that was the one of the things that you've suggested is if we close the lock at St. Anthony Falls, that lock could then be used as a kayak staging area. Would that have any effect on the problems of carp?
Mr. Chairman.
I would assume it would have to be open at the bottom but down at the top. Is that?
Representative Kahn, yes, it's just kind of a wild idea that you and I spoke about, but it might be a potential solution.
I'm sorry if I wasn't supposed to.
No, that's fine. I think it's something that we need to examine, and we haven't discussed that with the Corps.
Don't ever tell me anything you don't want to say.
I think one of the biggest question we had when we met with the Corps was about what happens to that lock once it's closed. They're very concerned about shutting down the lock because they have ongoing maintenance. You can't just shut it down. There's all sorts of management that needs to go on. Knowing that whitewater kayak facility is a passion of yours and something we've been working on and talking about how do you actually do that in conjunction with the Corps, I think one of the things we need to discuss with them if this language does move forward is there a compatible use for that? It certainly has a lot of pumping mechanisms that pumps millions and millions of gallons of water. You could easily retrofit that lock. There's a parking lot. There's a visitor center there. I don't know, but in my mind, I try to come up with multi-beneficial solutions, and that may be one that is worth exploring if we go further down the road. So we haven't discussed that with the Corps, but it's something that we will be talking with them on at that level if it does continue to move. So.
Well, as
not to stray too far from the agenda, but
well, it's part of closing the lock. You have something to do with it. It's better than not having something to do with it. But, we've gone back and forth with discussions about the whitewater facility, and of course the only reason it was going to be situated on the other end of the other side of the river was to keep it away from the ship channel. And if there's no ship channel, then rethinking it seems like a pretty good idea.
It's something worth putting on the table as we move forward with that, because that is a huge concern. How do you mothball a facility like that when you have ongoing management considerations? But we'll keep you posted on that. We will have those conversations if and when the time is right. So,
Representative Fisher, I think you've got a question for Mr. Meckel.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Mr. Meckel, you're talking about that you're... Thank you. You're talking about the water management area, starting to work on that up in the Northeast Metro, and you said that you're looking for about, within the next year, things pulling together. What kind of timeline are you using? What are you having done at what point in time? I get a lot of questions on that from people in my district, so like a little bit more details.
Mr. Meckel.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Representative Fisher, that's what we're trying to figure out right now. We're going to pull the team together, and we get the situation analysis and try to figure out specifically what sort of steps make sense to include. But we anticipate that at some point, the plan is clearly to come up with an allocation limit. So we're going to have to take a look at all the existing uses, and we're going to have to take a look at the available information that we have for the groundwater resources. Part of what we anticipate needing to do is potentially add additional monitoring systems in places where we might lack information, particularly information that might relate to impacts to surface water features. So those things will start to emerge here in the first few months. Other than that, what we anticipate is that we will involve stakeholders as we pull that information together and do it in the most appropriate and open ways that we can so that everybody can see and hear what's going on as we go through the process. Since this is new, it's very hard for us to be very definitive about the specific pieces, and that's why we're just kind of building it as we go.
Representative Fisher, do you have anything else?
Just to pass on to Mr. Meckel, I know that this is a new area, and a lot of people up in the Northeast, the East and Northeast Metro understand that. There seems to be a lot of interest with people wanting to work together on that and realize that some of the data you may need that may influence things may develop over time, and I think that you're going to find people pretty receptive up through there. That, in other words, what I'm trying to do is push you is, yes, let's start things, make sure that we start getting solutions happening quickly with the understanding with people that we may have to modify those as new information comes to light.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I was just reminded, too, that we're working on a listserv, so people that are interested in tracking what's happening on these things can subscribe to that. We're working on getting some information on our website as well. So there are things that are in the works, but they're just not ready to push out yet today.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Meckel. Mr. Meyer, update on boat launch designs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. You may be familiar with language that was contained in last year's budget bill. It actually was contained in the Parks and Trails Management appropriation, appropriating a little over $1 million, $1,075,000 the first year and $1,075,000 the second year from the Water Reckon account and Natural Resources Fund for enhancing public water access facilities. There's also language further on down in that appropriation that says this appropriation is not available until the Commissioner develops and implements design standards and best management practices for public water access sites that maintain and improve water quality by avoiding shoreline erosion and runoff. So with that, we are in the process of working on that right now. We're working with some former DNR staff from Parks and Trails, bringing them back on a post-retirement option for a short term to begin examining the national standards that are out there and also the work that we're undertaking, the states of stormwater BMPs, and also work with the United States Organization for Border Access. This work will be completed prior to February of 2014, so we can provide a further update once they are developed. We've been going down this road now for a period of time, so it's basically formalizing our latest activities into a guidance document, so to speak, so that we can make sure that all of our access is moving forward and the rehabilitation of accesses that we're doing with funding from the legislature and other water rec account dollars is done to meet these standards to reduce the stormwater runoff and also the shoreline erosion. The other thing we're doing as well is incorporating AIS management activities, make sure there's pullover lanes for boats to get in there and cleaned and inspected, some temporary dock or parking lots for washers and staff like that as well. So it's the next phase of boat access sites that we're will be incorporated into this BMPs as well. So we look forward to providing that information to you all once it's more completed. There'll also be a link on our website for that as well for counties and other LGUs to get that information.
Representative Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Meyer, maybe, and this is to the chair for future meetings, but it might be helpful. You've just mentioned AIS and how you're accommodating this particular provision of the statute, but with the appropriation of dollars, it might be helpful to have an update just on AIS activities at a future committee hearing.
Mr. Chairman, members, we certainly can do that. I would want to have answers come and coordinate that discussion. There is a lot of stuff going on. As you know, Lessard Sam's recently appropriated some dollars. We also presented a proposal, or are in the process of presenting a proposal to LCCMR for some AIS funding as well. So there's a lot of activities going on, a lot of issues that are out there that need to be funded, a lot of ideas that are there, and we just need to move forward and continue working on that.
Questions for Mr. Meyer? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just lastly,
Meyer.
I believe a lot of you folks will be joining us for a tour the next 2 days, talking about forest management, mining, and school trust lands. The bus will be leaving in front of the State Office building at 8 o'clock. Those of you following us, I'll have driving instructions for you there. We can email those out separately as well. So you have that. You were instructed to arrange your own lodging, so hopefully you've done that. If you haven't, let me know and we can try to coordinate things, but I know where we were staying was getting kind of tight, but we're working on, we have a couple options. If you have not made reservations yet, just let me know.
Mr. Meyer, if you would send that to the committee administrator, then we can make sure it gets
most of it's been sent out already.
Has been sent already. I guess one thing perhaps just to add to the agenda here, I know that in our packets we've got a press release from the Outdoor Heritage Council talking about the projects that were funded. And Representative Hanson, would you want to give us, or Representative McNamara, want to give us a little overview?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative McNamara can chime in, but I believe it was 2 weeks ago the council made recommendations that will be finalized, I think, the 14th of November, where there will be accomplishment plans that will be developed. I think it was $102 million of recommendations, keeping a 5% reserve, and that of note is we did, as Mr. Meyer indicated, we did provide a recommendation for aquatic invasive species for a grant to local governments. Representative McNamara made the motion. We did vote on each of the members' motions, and then it was a 10-0 vote at the end for recommendations. So there's money in there for aquatic invasive species, several metro projects, a metro conservation partners legacy grant program similar to the existing conservation partners, and then money for the Fond du Lac proposal. Also, I think it would be fair to say there's an emphasis on prairie acquisition, of native prairie acquisition, kind of recognizing the discussion we've had earlier about conversion of prairie. So there's quite an emphasis from multiple sources on prairie acquisition. I don't know, Denny, if there's anything else.
No, I think Representative Hanson summed it up pretty well. It's a great bill.
Is it just, I mean, so the conclusion or idea here is that, I mean, it's a pretty good unanimous consent. People came, it's a good process.
Mr. Chair and to the members, I think Chairwoman Khan brought up some concern about metro projects over the last year, and I think the council did a good job of recognizing the importance of that, and I'm hopeful. It had a lot of projects that Representative Khan had asked questions about that did not get a thorough enough evaluation last year, and a number of them are funded or are available for funding under what's called the Conservation Partners Grant Program, which would also be another way of funding them. That, I think, got extra money put in it, and it has an allocation specifically for Metro, and those are for projects up to $400,000. So some of the projects would need to be reconfigured to be limited to 400, but I know specifically like Theodore Worth is recommended to be funding. And so I was encouraged as a Metro legislator to see the council recognize the importance of the Metro area.
Well, I just want to say thank you for both of your work on that, and just appreciate having the update. Representative Khan.
I guess since that was a very antagonistic end of the session, and after end of the session, in fact, for on one of the few Jewish holidays that I observe, Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, where you have to forgive those who have wronged you. So those are the only people I picked out, but I must say this proposal looks just terrific from what I've seen of it. So thank you for doing a good job on it.
We're ending on a positive note here, so that's good to know. I want to just also thank our pages for the day. We've got Mary and Joan here. They volunteered their time to make our lives a little bit easier. And also yesterday we had Leslie and Owen here. They're not here, but if you do see them, thank them for their help. And thank you, Mr. Broberg, for joining us. I should ask if there's anybody else in the audience that wishes to testify. Looks.
Hello, my name is Keith McGovern.
Well, yep, Mr. McGovern, you must go to the witness table. Mr. McGovern, welcome. Please state your name, your who you're with, or what's your occupation or reason for wanting to speak.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Keith McGovern. I'm a member of the Offit family. I've worked for the company for 25 years, and I'm currently the manager of the Food and Farm Division. So there's a couple of things I'd like to talk to you about. One of them is how this deal came about while we were developing forested land. We originally bought a quarter of land from Potlatch, actually to leave it trees because it bordered the city of Park Rapids, and we didn't want it developed for homes or farming. So through that acquisition, we met the Potlatch people. They explained to us that they were going to exit the state of Minnesota because the economics of replanting after harvesting their trees didn't work in Minnesota. They're going to sell the land and reinvest in other states. We explained to them that if they were to harvest the trees and we came up with a way to remove the sticks and stumps that remain, and there were suitable, what we consider A-quality land, that we would then develop them for irrigation and farm potatoes on them. So we began to work with the Potlatch Company with the help of Google Earth to look at their 60,000 acres. And immediately, with the parameters that we established for suitable A, agricultural land, those things being absence of wetland, a good buffer to lakes and other surface waters such as streams and rivers, no rocks, relatively smooth topography, and an aquifer underneath that's suitable for irrigation. So through the use of Google Earth, we eliminated over half the land instantly just due to the surface water requirements that we put on the land. Today, we have purchased about 5,500 deeded acres, which we only develop about 84% of that. So in a quarter of land, we irrigate about 125 acres out of 160. For potatoes, we typically don't use end guns, so the number's smaller than what a corn or bean farmer would use. In the corners, we do either leave the established trees or we plant trees. Prior to this expansion, I was always very proud to state that we have planted more trees in Minnesota than we had cleared, and that was a true statement. So we're very supportive of forestry and natural habitat in Minnesota. So is there any questions about that part of what I just said, just the structure of the deal? We don't cut the trees down. The trees are harvested. We just clean the ground up so that it's suitable for agriculture. This has been stated a number of times, but I do want to stress that we are not increasing our potato acres in Minnesota. The other thing I should discuss about potatoes is they're different than commodity crops. We have a specific amount of sold potatoes in Minnesota. Because there's a lack of fresh market in this region, and we don't really grow the right varieties of potatoes for the fresh market, and overproduction of potatoes has no value to us. So when you talk about how do you develop your crop plan, like how do you determine how much nitrogen to put on, that was brought up yesterday, because it was stated that more is better. Well, more is definitely not better on potatoes. The over-application of nitrogen promotes vine growth. We do not sell the vines. We sell the potatoes. Same thing with irrigation. So when we're growing our set volume of potatoes, the thing that makes them more valuable to us is if we manage to sell a higher percentage of them. So the contracts have specifications. We don't get paid for all the potatoes that we grow. So our goal is to grow high-quality potatoes. The way you do that is by very precisely applying the inputs to the crop, because too much fertilizer, too much water is just as bad as too little. In some cases, I view it as worse. So that would lead me to best management practices. I was here all day yesterday, and I want to thank you for the work that you all do, because I think most of the people in the state think all these things just magically happen. This is the first time I've been to 2 days of committee work, and you guys do a lot of hard work here. But it was stated numerous times that how do we get best management practices implemented? I can only speak for potatoes, but on potatoes we have a requirement in our potato contract of traceability. So if somebody bites into a French fry and a grain of sand chips their tooth and they complain to whoever they bought that French fry from, I have 36 hours to tell the processor where that potato came from. So we have to track the seed that's planted, all the inputs to the crop, where it's stored, when it's shipped, when it's processed, what freezer it goes into, what box it goes into, what truck it goes into, what distribution center, what restaurant, and then they can accurately determine when that French fry was sold. So in doing that, we get audited. So they have gap audits, and in the gap audit, they check to see that we're using best management practices. So we've worked with the Department of Ag to develop those practices. We're currently doing and funding research with the University of Minnesota to see how little nitrogen we can put on potatoes. One of the things that varies greatly with the amount of nitrogen used on the potatoes, besides the goal and yield, is the variety of potato. We do variety development plots with multiple universities so that we can get the industry to move towards varieties that use less nitrogen. I know as a leader of a large farm group, for 3 years, one of our top 5 initiatives has been using less nitrogen and less water. My feeling was it was lowering the, overdoing those two things was lowering the quality of our potatoes. And I wanted to be a higher quality potato producer. So it's our customers that are going to see that we follow best management practices. And they're doing it today. They've actually been doing it for 6 years, maybe. So, and I can't speak for corn or beans. And the other thing I should say is we don't grow the corn or the beans. To be a good steward to the communities that we own land in and farm in, we have our neighbors raise the corn and the beans. So we're working with the neighbors. They farm our land, we farm their land. It helps with the rotation. And that's the other thing. It's already been said, but I'll restate it. And maybe I already said it too. Our goal isn't to grow more potatoes. It's in developing this land, we're trying to spread the rotation on some of our land to a 4-year rotation. So those are the couple of points that I wanted to share with you.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. I guess we've heard about the 4-year rotation, that's been stated a few times here. To be able to keep the number of potatoes the same, which is kind of what I'm understanding, how much more land are you looking at?
So we're not trying to go to a 4-year rotation on all of our land, or that would take the development of a lot of land. We're just trying to take fields that have been in a 3-year rotation for a very long time, give them a rest, and put them on a 4-year rotation for maybe 3 crop years, and then we'll see what we do. So it wouldn't be all of the ground. So our intent isn't to develop another 20, 30,000 acres to do that.
Appreciate that. But to go and get, there's got to be some increase in land if you're going to keep the number somewhat consistent, right? So just ballpark, would you be able to kind of give a figure there?
Well, it's just a multiplication. So if we've developed 5,000 acres, or really 4,600 acres, so we can do 1,000 acres now on a 4-year rotation.
Okay, thank you. Representative Wagenius?
Yes, thank you for coming. As you move into the Pineland Sands aquifer, even using the best management practices and trusting that you do, can you prevent contamination of the groundwater?
Well, I don't know that I'm the best person to answer that, but I could tell you that my goal as an individual and as a person that spends a lot of time in Minnesota and as a leader of our company, our goal would be to have no negative impact on the groundwater. We actually, every year, are doing a lot of research. Our intent is to convert all the nitrogen we put into the ground into the crop and harvest the crop. We actually use a product, and we're the largest user of the product, called ESN, which is an encapsulated dry urea fertilizer that releases based on temperature and water. So that's a part of our fertilizer plan. It was stated earlier that we can put fertilizer on through the irrigator as needed, but if that fertilizer is needed and we get a 3-inch rain, then it's not time to irrigate. And if you do, I view that as a bad thing. So we're really trying to do everything we can to maximize the conversion of the nitrogen.
If I could follow up.
Representative Wagenius?
So it appears that you have already started raising potatoes in the Pineland Sand, where we've cut down the trees and we're over this Pineland Sands aquifer. So if you find on the lands that you're now using in this aquifer, if you find that you can't prevent the nitrogen from polluting the groundwater, will you stop proceeding forward with new lands voluntarily?
Mr. McGovern? Just acknowledge yourself.
Oh, got it. So that's my cue. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I've been forgetting to say that. I apologize. Well, one of the things that we have done already is in the area of concern where the 1,400 acres is, we've already talked about potlatch, about not developing any more in that township. I believe, I don't know how big the the Pine aquifer is, but I think we have been farming over that for many years and doing everything we can to keep it free of nitrogen.
Let me reframe the question. For these new lands that you've bought from Potlatch,
Mr. McGovern.
and so you've got new lands that you've bought from Potlatch, and you've started raising potatoes on some of those lands. If you find that the best management practices do not work to prevent contamination of the groundwater, will you voluntarily not proceed to put more potatoes on the Potlatch land, formerly Potlatch land?
Mr. McGovern.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, as not the sole owner of the company, I don't know it's right for me to answer that question, but it would be my personal belief that we would not proceed with developing land in that area if we found it was harmful to the aquifer.
Thank you. Representative Hansen had a question. He stepped out for a moment. Mr. Broberg, did you have a question?
Mr. Chair, Mr. McGovern, I assume you have thousands of these irrigation wells for the acres. How many of those do you sample for water quality, and on what kind of schedule? Do you test them for nitrogen? You'd be the first one to know if there's a problem.
I believe we turn in sorry. I'm used to less formal meetings, I'm sorry. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I believe there's a sample turned in annually, and the amount of water drawn from the well is turned in annually.
Mr. Broberg.
Mr. Chair and Mr. McGovern, do you compile those tests, and do you know what the results of those are in terms of nitrate values?
Mr. McGovern.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Broberg, I personally do not do that work, but I would be notified if there were concerns by the people that do.
Representative Hansen, did you have a question?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Governor, thanks for sitting through 2 days of this. I think you heard my questions about using the Clean Water Fund and the wellhead protection areas, and then we're spending money from the Outdoor Heritage Fund, and the Cass County Land Department is coming in and asking for those appropriations. Are you involved in any of that discussion, or is the company? I'm just wondering if we've got 3 or 4 things going on without people even talking with each other.
Mr. McGovern.
Sorry. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, Representative Hansen, I agree with you that there's been a number of activities taking place without all parties involved, and I would offer my time and my staff's time to work with the different groups to come up with the best solutions.
Representative Hansen.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for that, because I think when we're spending over $500,000 a year on acquisition, if it's on properties that have no threat of being converted, we could prioritize better potentially.
Mr. McGovern.
Yep, Mr. Chair and Representative Hansen, we could definitely get together with the MAP and the Potlatch Group and show you, 40,000 acres that we have no intention of converting.
Thank you. Representative Wagenius.
You heard the concerns about drinking water, and one of the concerns is that individuals and communities are having to pay for either preventing more nitrogen from getting into their water or cleaning up, even though they had nothing to do with getting nitrogen into the groundwater. Is that a fair outcome?
Governor.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I can't speak to the fairness of of how those things work, but I can share with you my limited experience of working with the City of Park Rapids. I attended more than 8 meetings with the Department of Ag, the city, people that work with the wells, the city leaders. And in those meetings, it was actually discussed that they don't know where those nitrates came from. One possible contributor would be the farming immediately west of town, but the flow of water comes from a much greater distance than that, which is mostly forest. The spike that happened at the end of your graph, if my memory serves me right, that graph was from 1970 to 2009, which is a really short period of time. The lands west of Park Rapids, those have probably been farmed since the 70s. That spike, from what I learned in those meetings, came from some weather events that happened 5, 10, 15, 20 years prior, possibly. Not the activities of the farmers in those years. As a voluntary measure, and it's been mentioned already, I recognize that, we did offer to change our cropping rotation on the 2 fields that we operate west of town. And it was stated that all those fields are in potato production, and we only own 2 of those fields. The rest of those circles are owned by another family. And we're raising a potato that has very low nitrogen requirements. It actually looks sick all summer long. It's yellow. And in the years we're not raising potatoes, we're planting it to Sudan grass. Now, we realize that's not going to have an immediate impact on the wells for the City of Park Rapids, but it's what we could do to help out.
If I could follow up.
Representative Wagenius.
So I am hearing that your testimony to this committee is that you have no responsibility for the nitrogen that is showing up in the Park Rapids wells or other wells.
No, I didn't say that. I stated it. Sorry. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I just shared with you the conversations that took place in the meetings I attended, and the source of the nitrogen was not identified at those meetings.
Representative Wagenius.
Well, then I'll ask the question backwards. Do you believe you have some responsibility for the nitrogen that is showing up in those wells?
Mr. McGovern.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I don't feel that I'm the right person to answer that question.
Is there a right person who can give us the answer to that question?
Mr. McGovern.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I assume that there are people, based on what I know about water movement through the soils and the aquifers, it's very difficult to identify a person responsible. So I don't know the answer to that.
So we're in a situation where everybody can say, well, it could be that guy, and so you can't pin it on me. So let me try this one more time. Do you believe you have any responsibility for the nitrates that are showing up in the wells in the locations where you farm potatoes?
Mr. McGovern.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I believe as a steward to the land that I need to do all the things I can to prohibit the transfer of nitrogen into the aquifers, and I believe I'm doing that.
You're doing all that you can, does not answer the question, so thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, I got to say, Mr. McGovern, thank you for coming down and spending the time here. I know how far the drive can be and how difficult it can be to get away at this time of the year, so just wanted to personally say that I appreciate you taking the time. Not seeing any further questions here. No one else from the audience is coming towards the witness stand. Just want to thank members for taking time out of their schedules to come down and participate in these hearings. I know that we all have things going on, and this is an extra challenge to try to participate, but it is important, and I want to thank people for that. Representative Wagenius or Mr. Molzman, do you have an update on potential next hearings that we'll be holding, when we could look to seeing something on the schedule?
We will let you know. We're looking at some dates in November.
There's, to relay that, looking at some potential dates in November, it'll be sent out to the committee members when they get that finalized. Representative Anderson, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, just a comment. For a committee that is Ag Finance, I mentioned earlier that October is a very busy month for farming, harvest, soybeans, corn, beets, whatever. And to have farm representation down here this month especially is difficult. So I would just encourage that future meetings that we are cognizant of the fact that this is a very busy time for farmers in Minnesota.
Yeah, understandable. And I think both Representative Anderson and I lucked out because it rained heavily in our part of the state, so we're not, either of us, I'm assuming, are not in the field until it dries out a little bit. So, and just luck of the draw, too. Most of the state got a pretty significant weather event, so if farmers did want to participate, they would have the opportunity to be here. But we will try to be accommodating in our scheduling. With that, thank you, everyone. This meeting is adjourned.